Gaming news today is all about the PS6 and why I'm excited. Now, there's more information stacking up, and the more that I look at it, the more I think that the next stage in hardware for PlayStation with the PlayStation 6 is going to be very promising. Now, obviously, not everybody agrees with this, and that's okay. Some are like, man, this feels really early. Why are we already talking about this? Didn't we just get a PS5 Pro? And I think there's concerns about price. There's concerns about the specs. I think those are totally valid. So we're going to be looking at that. We're going to be looking at what has been leaked so far. We've got PlayStation 6 specs. There's the PS6 release date, like the window. When do you think it's going to come? The design of the actual hardware, the box. And the other real big thing that people are talking about is the PS6 price. What will this thing cost? I had some wild predictions that I think were sort of inaccurate when we were initially thinking about the PS6, and this was sort of in the wake of the PS5 Pro. And we're going to look at all that sort of like later in the stream. What I like to do is just sort of kick off the show with a bit of an intro and then talk with my chat. So remember to look for timestamp below when I walk through PlayStation 6, why I'm excited. Sometimes also highlights from these streams will get uploaded to the channel if that's easier for you to consume, like a 5 or a 10-minute video that hits later. Those are there for you as well. Now, as a reminder, this is a fan-funded channel. A lot of YouTubers recently have been really pushing their Patreon, and we try to keep everything here. So if you click the join button, you will get access to morning coffee, which is how we start our day. You don't get in there if you're not a member. We end the day with Green Room, and then Friday nights with my wife, and then we have incentives like weekend streams and stuff like that. Currently, we're trying to get 600 people to Member Plus, and then we'll celebrate and do like an IRL stream on the channel. Again, I'm not trying to send anybody anywhere else. So if you want to support the channel directly, that's one of the best ways. There's also links below. If you're like a coffee drinker, we do have our own coffee. Give it a try. My wife and kiddos put like a little thank you note in the bag for you, and you're basically supporting a small business. And there are sponsors as well. So those are all of the various ways you can support. And if you're watching this later, the easiest way to support the video is to hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel as well. That will ensure that I'm in your feed, on your sub page, and all that different stuff. If YouTube ever doesn't have my stuff there, make sure and check your subscriber feed. So the PlayStation 6, I have said for a very long time, and I'm not getting into my script just yet, but I've said for a very long time that they're not going to be just pushing like native 4K, native 8K, more power, or, you know, if you remember Home Improvement, right? More power, and, you know, Tim Allen would kind of like bark like a dog. I don't think that's going to be the aim this time around. And I've been really saying that a lot because I do think it's going to be a very different approach. And so I think some of the things we're going to come over today are really driving that home. Now, I've got some cool new toys to show off here, you guys, and I appreciate that. We've already got some people pouring in with gifteds here. Let me get the goal up on the screen. So this is going to be a lot more interactive, and it should help me do this a lot quicker. So I got a gifted member from Joker Quinn, and then I've got I Am Melee is double dipping on both platforms. He's got 45 months in a VIP on YouTube, and then he also did 26 months, and he says double over there on Purple. Couple presses of a button, and look at that. Nice, fancy, and updated. And you guys can have my wife and I playing some more Borderlands tonight. So get your gifteds, get your renewals, do all the things, make this little thing over here dance. Stretch goal still available as well. If you guys want those weekend streams where Madam and I will hang out with you guys on a Saturday and do the thing, do the like button thing. That is extremely helpful to this video, helping to spin it up and get it out there to more and more folks. But I want to know what you guys think about the PS6. Okay, there's a lot of folks, I get it. They're like, why on earth would we even be talking about a PS6 right now? Like, why would that even be the goal? Why would that even be, you know, the aim? And you got to remember, technology is always moving forward. There's always the next thing. And when they talked about the PS5 Pro, they even said, you know, we can spin these things up, you know, fairly quickly. Thank you, Crowquill, for 14 months on a gifted. If you guys want your membership to count towards the total, you need to be at Member Plus or VIP. Those gifteds, I would end up counting it twice because that means somebody gifted it to you. But I appreciate you being here. I think that's a sign of generosity in our community when someone's on a 14-month membership and it's been gifted to them. So, well, maybe not the whole time, but I appreciate the fact that people are that generous here. So thank you. I got the Pro so I could get on the Pro cycle. Yeah, some people are definitely going to do that. they're just going to be on the Pro cycle. They're like, well, I'll get the PS5 Pro, and then you're going to wait for the PS6 Pro. Totally makes sense. And a 5-bomb comes in from Wired Rope over here on Twitch and takes it to 364. Thank you so much. At 375, I'm going to owe you guys a member. Thank you so much. And you can see the little star will tell you who's leading the day. So currently Twitch is in the lead. I've already promised myself I'll be getting the PS6 Pro. I think that's a completely legitimate strategy, by the way. Like, I don't think you have to... obviously, content creators like myself are going to be buying the model as soon as it hits, and then buying the Pro model as soon as it hits. Like, I bought the Nintendo Switch 2. Now, there were some people that got themselves into some hot water because they were, very, very critical. They were very, very critical of of the Nintendo Switch 2, and then they bought one anyway. So when it comes to the PlayStation 6, I could totally understand people being like, well, I'm going to skip and wait for the Pro. But obviously, content creators are going to be some of the first in line, which makes perfectly good sense. Yo, Jump, Jupsy, thank you so much. There is another one coming over here on purple. That's a Prime. That's a really, really nice setup, and it wasn't Stone Spire. We are now a 10-bomb away from 375. We'll see if anybody drops it. It'll be the first 10-bomb with my cool little new tool here that I have. It's so much faster to add members. It's so much faster now. I initially thought I was going to pass on the PlayStation 6, but after much thought, I decided to buy a PS6 anyway around launch. Picking up the handheld too, they are getting my money anyway. Yeah, there's been a lot of confusion too around the PS6 handheld. There's an idea that like, well, is that going to hamstring? Is it going to limit the hardware or whatever? It's actually, from what I've gathered and what we've sort of observed and what I've been told, is that it will be it'll come out before the PlayStation 6. So it's not going to be a PlayStation 6 handheld. As far as we can tell, it's going to be able to run games on the low-power PS5 mode that is currently being tested by developers. And people are like, well, won't that hamstring development? I don't think it will, because the understanding will be that the handheld needs to run on low-power mode. You're not going to be developing games for parity at that point. There's a distinct difference between being like, if you went to a developer right now and you said, you've got to develop your game for the PS4. Well, that would obviously limit what they could do. You got to limit your game. You got to make sure that it runs on the PS4. So if they would have gone to like Ratchet and Clank would have been like, well, the use of the SSD and the data controller and all of that, we're not going to be able to do some of the stuff that we were going to do with jumping from like immediately from one cutscene right back into gameplay. We're not going to be able to do some of this cool stuff with the rifts. And so it would limit what they can do. I don't think that the handheld, the way that it's being positioned, is going to be positioned in that way where it's like, oh, you need to develop your game for the handheld. Let's see if my second camera... Nope, my second camera is doing that thing again. That is so weird that it does that. I don't get why it does that. There we go. We like to have the second view every once in a while, change it up around here. In any case, it doesn't seem like that's what they're going to be doing. They're not going to be saying, well, you've got to develop for the handheld. You've got to make sure that it runs on that. I just don't think that's going to be the goal of this. It's going to be something that can run a PlayStation 5 game in low power mode, which is something they can obviously optimize their game for. But if you listen to how Mark Cerny talks about the hardware, it's very, very clear. Their priority, if you listen to how Herman Hulse talks about their property, they want the games to show off the hardware. Well, you can't do that if you're having them, develop games for a baseline of a handheld. I do not think Sony or PlayStation have ever signaled that that's what they're going to be doing with a device like this. It would make no sense. Like, yeah, here's this brand new piece of hardware. It's really nice. It's really expensive. All this great tech, like the PS5 Pro, for example, and then all of a sudden you have first-party games coming out that are like, oh, well, yeah, they had to build for the handheld first. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they would walk back from everything they've won in that fight. Supremacy with 10 months. I don't think there's going to be a PS6 Pro. Sony is likely going to rely heavily on AI for the console and the handheld. 48 gig of RAM will ensure that. It's my belief. I don't agree with your prediction. Guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. We haven't even been live for about 10 minutes just yet, and we can get 100 likes really, really quickly. That is so, so helpful to us. Thank you for being here. Imagine having games explicitly mention that they don't support the handheld. It will be a bit odd. Well, I think that's becoming the expectation, though. There are games that are Steam Deck verified. Even Xbox came out and said there'll be, like, 3 different icons that can show up or something like that, like how they're going to run on handheld. I think people have come to accept that, like, if you buy a handheld, it's not going to be able to do everything at the exact same fidelity or performance, and there might not even be games that are, in the case of, like, something's not Steam Deck verified, right? Like, you're not going to get great performance. You're not going to get a game that runs all that well. I think people are kind of coming to expect that. Good morning, Dark Cloud. How are you? I'll be getting a PS6 day 1, he says. I don't know about the handheld. Got to see how that's priced first. Yeah, I don't agree with what Supremacy just said about the Pro, and there's a couple of reasons why. Number one, when they did an interview about the Pro, about the PS5 Pro, the guy that did the interview indicated that they are able to spin up this kind of technology with, like, with like 3 to 5 years or whatever. It seems that that's kind of their goal going forward, is that, like, every couple of years they're having some kind of a refresh here with hardware. Like, I don't think they're going to be like, nope, yeah, PS6 is it for the next 7 or 8 years. I think they like to push things forward. The other thing that I think they're going to want to continue to do is they're going to iterate on the Pro model to aid in whatever they're going to do with the next model. It's going to cost at least $800. No, none of the leaks are indicating that. They're indicating it's going to land quite a bit lower than that, like a $550 to $700. Now, they said $800 if they're being really, really greedy, but I don't think they would ever charge that for a base model. After the Pro came out and when we were looking at inflation, I originally thought, yeah, the PS6 is going to be really expensive. It's going to be like $800 to $1,000. But then I had some people that, are a little bit more versed in this as well as connected tell me, no, they're not going to do that, because you need broad adoption and you need broad market appeal for your device. And at certain price points, that's not going to happen. You can't be sitting on the shelves of a Target or a Best Buy for that level of money, because many people are going to say, that's well outside of what I'm willing to pay. And they also have to consider the fact that there's a lot of people that are still on the PS4 and that have been slow to adopt to the PS5. You'll see that switch at a quicker rate once, like, GTA 6 is out. But I also think that, like, in general, whenever you're looking at your base level model, there is a degree of price psychology that's going to impact market demand. Jagged Wizard with 4 months and a Prime for Twitch, adding to the total. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Kaiser Soze as well, coming in and hitting 6 months over there on Purple. Thank you guys for using your Primes every month over there. If you don't have a Prime or you're not getting it gifted on Purple, you can help us on our sub point thing. We need, I think we need about 10 or 15 more people to pay for a membership on Twitch, or we're going to lose our level 1 split over there. So if you want to upgrade your tier of sub or pick up a sub over there, is really, really helpful. And then you'll never see an ad on that platform. And a 20 bomb comes in from Pathalon Phoenix, and he steps onto the battlefield and makes it 387 and gives YouTube a nice lead. This handy-dandy little toy here makes it so much easier for me to add to the total. Hilly says, Twitch is winning, F's sake. Yeah, well, not anymore. You're going to need some heavy hitters over there to step up if Pathalon's in the ring. We need 10 more likes on YouTube, by the way, guys. Help us out with that. If you're just tuning in, we're talking about the PlayStation 6. Many people are curious as to why the PS6 is in the headlines. A lot of leaks recently, a lot of info coming out. I'm actually excited, and at first I kind of thought similarly. I was like, now's not really the time to talk about this. Pricing thresholds and everything else. Like when they just bumped the price of the PlayStation 5 and the 5 Pro, is now really the time to be considering the next. And then I watched the content, I looked at the videos about it, and I thought, I actually think this is going to be a pretty significant device. So both Firewalk and Bungie were excited about Concord and Marathon, and relevance. Like, that isn't what I'm talking about. Some of you guys have got to let it go, man. You got to let go. You got to let Concord go. And Marathon and Bungie have no bearing on the topic of passion driving good game design. So, anecdotal at best. I raise you Expedition 33 and Silksong as games that come from passion. What's cool about the PS6 is that I'm going to save money by not buying it. Just like the sacrificed PS5 generation, I'm done with PlayStation. Okay. Anyway, all the games will be on PC and even playable on Xbox. So what's the point? That's the real question. Well, I mean, I would argue that that's the question that you have to ask about any piece of hardware. Is it for you? Plenty of people have looked at like the latest iPhone and thought the same thing. Well, I just had one. Or this device is better, or that device is better. If you concluded that PC's better, I have zero interest in changing your mind. I don't really care. Enjoy your time on PC. I'm enjoying my time on the PS5 Pro. I'm not going to try to convince you that your hardware choice is wrong, and you're never going to convince me that my hardware choice is wrong. I mean, I've got a 5070 Ti 2 feet from me, and I just prefer to play on my couch on my PS5 Pro. So I'm explaining why I'm excited for the PS6 as well as the PS5 Pro. Much of your argumentation about what makes PC better is also false and made in bad faith, so I don't take your position all that seriously anyway. I feel like you're just kind of here to stir up. Like, you're like, oh, people are excited about the PS6. I'm going to go say things that aren't true. We've been here many, many times before where people are like, well, everything is going over. No, it's not. There's plenty of games you can't currently play on PC. So that's just false. So your position's rooted in falsehood, which makes your position just not very compelling. Like, if that's the conclusion you've come to, great. Have a ball. But your position's based on falsehood. So I genuinely feel like folks like you don't come in to have a genuine conversation. You're not like, oh, people are excited about the PS6. Let me go see what they're talking about. It's like, no, I'm just going to come in and do a diatribe of falsehood to try to convince people that they shouldn't do that. And it's like, okay, if that's what you believe, more power to you. But it's not true. It's not even true at the present time. So, way too early to speculate on the PS6. Sony may want to come in lower, but no one can predict how the economy will affect when it's released. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think necessarily like writing in stone price is a good idea. Mile High says doing the thing. Thank you so much, Mile High, for adding to the total, taking us to $388. That's a Prime sub. That's 24 months. That's amazing. I don't buy a console just for the sake of buying a console. I buy it to play games. That's the question. Where are the games today? I've been playing games nonstop this year. What have you been doing? They're all on PC. Even the new consoles are basically mini PCs now, like the ROG Ally and others. Yeah, again, your position's false, so I don't have any respect for it. You're saying things that aren't true. The games are not all on PC, so your position is rooted in things that aren't true. So I don't know why anybody would take it serious. Like, this is what I've always found interesting. If you've come to the conclusion that one platform is better than another, why can't you just say that? Why wouldn't you just say, well, I prefer PC? Enormous indie library. Steam doesn't charge me to play online. We get a lot of early access games. I'm happy to wait for some of the PlayStation ports, and the ports have been, really high quality. I don't know why people always have to establish their position and do it by saying things that aren't true. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. You can't play Gran Turismo 7. You can't play Demon's Souls Remake. You can't play Death Stranding 2 right now. You can't play Yote. You have no idea when you'll be able to play those games. So it's like, just at least be honest about the fact that you're okay not having them all or having to wait an undetermined amount of time. Like, just express your opinion and base it off of things that are true. That's more interesting to me. Because if not, I just feel like I'm engaging with somebody who's trolling or in bad faith. You're completely in your rights to prefer PC, but why not do it based on things that are real and true? That's what I would say. Denver comes in with 8 months and a member plus, says, back over here where it counts. And then we got a single gifted coming in from Stone Spire and another single gifted coming in from Stone Spire. We're now 9 away from 400. Stone Spire was trying to set up the 10 bomb dunker. Thank you so much, Stone Spire. What did Sony CEO say? Didn't he say they were making the shift to multi-platform? Here we go. It's so predictable, man. They hired someone who will handle multi-platform. Yeah, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to talk about the PlayStation 6, and we're going to talk about why we're excited, and we're not going to get bogged down in bad faith arguments and people that were headline hunting and misrepresenting things that were said. That's what we're going to do with our day today. So you've gotten, 120 seconds of my time, and we're now going to move on because I don't think it's productive to deal with people who deal in falsehood. It's not enjoyable, and it's a huge distraction. Thank you for the for the tip here. Using the tip command, Perfect Image says, I think the PS6 handheld, I believe it's going to utilize more like the Portal with the PlayStation Plus and more, and I don't think it'll be titles for the handheld version. Wait, hang on. The PS6 handheld is going to utilize more like the Portal with PlayStation Plus and more. I don't think so. I don't think that's a good prediction because there'd be no reason to have a Portal and then like another Portal sort of. And then hang on a second. I got a couple of things going on here. I got Dean doing a single gifted. I got Mile High renewing a VIP. And then I got Dean doing another single gifted. And then Mile High doing another single gifted. We got 2 more coming in. And then a 10 bomb comes in from Siriu. Thank you so much, Siriu. And that takes us to 405. And then Dean does another one to 406. It's now 42-10. Thank you so much. And somebody ordered some coffee. Mile High's not just gifting members and supporting the channel with his VIP. He ordered 2 bags of dark roast. Thank you so much for doing that. And a $5 super chat from Mile High says, $7 for 120 hours of entertainment and engagement seems like a good deal. Mile High explaining why he's on that increased tier of membership. Thank you so much. It's a wild expectation of how long those games take now and how expensive the modeling is. It's been out for 4 years. It's constantly being updated. I'm not sure what you're talking about. The new handheld will be able to fit in pockets. Oh, I highly doubt that. I don't think it's going to be able to fit into your pocket. It'll probably be roughly the size of other handhelds, which are pretty big. I mean, unless you're wearing Jenko jeans and you're going to put it in your back pocket, If the PS6 is black, I might get one. I can't be the only one that wants them to go back to the black color scheme. Like the white, I don't like the white color scheme. I just don't. You know what I mean? Do you normally have your PS5 horizontal or vertical? Do you think I have no idea if they're going to do the horizontal or the vertical thing again? But mine are usually vertical. Yes. Don't disrespect my jorts. Man, if you want to wear jorts, you wear jorts, man. You know what I'm saying? But like, once you go black on God, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I was told, this is what I was told. This is what I was told. I was told that once you go black, you don't go back. And I don't understand why PlayStation... I was going to try and make it a serious bit. I can't do it. I was going to try and make it a serious bit. I don't know why PlayStation decided that that's not true. In any case, make the next one black. What are we doing here? Thank you so much, Norin So Rad, with 15 months of memberships, and that gets us to 407 on the week. Thank you very much. And a $20 super chat from Supremacy. You could be right, Lono, and it's hard to argue against those statements. I just feel we are at a crossroads with diminishing returns. Most TVs support 60 FPS at best. PS5 Pro is more about AI than the idea of upgrade. Okay, here's where you are. I think you're correct. Okay, I think you're correct at one level. Okay, guys, make sure as you're coming in, you're hitting the like button. Thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate you supporting the channel so much. We're only about 20 minutes into the show. Okay, I think you're correct when you say they're going to lean more into AI. You're also forgetting ray tracing, so let's add that to your position. I don't think you would care about me adding this to your position. I think you would agree. They're going to start to lean into more things like AI and ray tracing, right? And they're not going to be focusing on raw power, doubling frame rate, doubling resolution. Like, it's not going to be like, this is going to be 8K 120. I think you're correct on that particular point. What I don't think, though, is I don't think your logical jump to, oh, they're not going to do a Pro, I don't find that to be a compelling logical line. I don't feel like there's a straight line between those two things. Having a PlayStation 6 land with ray tracing, better AI upscaling, path tracing, whatever, that's not a reason to be like, well, why would we do a Pro? If anything, that could be a reason to do a Pro, because they can give you better, more enhanced versions of those things. I think that's where the landscape will shift. The landscape's going to shift to this new device has, and just fill in the blank. As AMD and NVIDIA continue to push into better and better versions of these things, you're going to see those things get enhanced on consoles as well, if that makes sense. We need the coffee in the frame. What are we doing here, folks? I mean, I got it back there on the shelf. But we need the coffee in the frame. What are we doing here, folks? I heard yesterday that Sony is trying to attain ownership of the license of the Decima engine. Wouldn't they by proxy own it because they own Gorilla? And a 5-bomb comes in from Charles Freeman. Boom. Just like that. Thank you so much, Charles Freeman. Hang on. We need, though, alerts to come in front of Mr. Guy here. Let's try that one more time. There we go. So now when you guys do 5 bombs, 10 bombs, 20 bombs, any bombs, we'll be able to see them a lot more clearly. As you guys are coming in, if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure and do that very quickly. Check your primes, check your renewals. Check that upgrade command. No disrespect, but I hope Kojima is making his own engine. I don't think it's disrespectful. I think that's silly. Why would you want Kojima to waste time making an engine when he's done such incredible work with Decima? That would be such a waste of time. Like, there's no disrespect in what you're saying. What you're saying doesn't make any good sense. Like, Decima engine has been, like, absolutely within the development world impressive in what it's achieved for, like, look at Burning Shores DLC and then look at Death Stranding 2. What on earth would make you say, well, I really hope he does his own engine? Why? That would be such a waste of time and money. And a single gifted comes in from Stone Spire. I know what Stone Spire is going to do. Let's see a 10 bomb come in when he gets this to 415 to 425. Yeah, you also maybe don't know the history here. He's partially responsible for Decima. Like, he literally helped Gorilla make updates, changes, and make the Decima engine better. That happened with Death Stranding 1. So at some level, he is a part of Decima as much as Gorilla is to a certain degree. So I don't think being like, well, I hope he makes his own engine. I don't know. That sounds motivated by something else. That sounds like maybe there's some other reason that you wanted to do that other than like, I doubt you have technical reasons for that. I bet you have ideological reasons for that position, would be my guess. And another single gifted comes in from Stone Spire. And another single gifted comes in from Stone Spire. There it is, 415. Somebody dropped the 10 bomb. Do not let Joker Quinn ruin this. He's always there lurking in the shadows. He's going to ruin this. Somebody make this hit 425. Stone Spire is so faithful and so generous. And Joker Quinn is just a ruiner. I doubt he wants to make another one. Decima doesn't exist without Kojima, says Eugene. Yeah, like the history of that engine, I think, is very much interwoven with Hideo Kojima. So I don't know why anybody would want that. Sony owns Decima, says AOZ. The Reddit article is saying they want to license it out, but Reddit is usually not a good source. For a long time, I have thought that it would be good for them to potentially let others use Decima. But similarly, and I think this is a point that Zubair has made every time this has come up, he's like, you would just end up having good and bad games in Decima, just like you have good and bad games in Unreal. Like, once you sort of spread it out there and you have multiple people using it. What's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. What's good, Mike on a mic? I see you in the chat. I see all y'all in the chat. Guys, make sure and hit the like button. And there it is. Joker Quinn was a little slow on the draw. He gave you guys time to do the 10 bomb. He did. He did not jump on that as quickly as usual. He's getting slow in his old age, and you guys still didn't do it. I am I'm a little disappointed that you still let him. I mean, look at that avatar he switched to. He's just so arrogant. It's just so arrogant. He's just so arrogant. November of 2027. I'm going to argue when we get to the section of my video with my script. I'm going to argue that I think 2027 is too early. It doesn't line up with other things that they have said. It's also the only part of the leaks that are the most flexible. Like, if you look at leaks generally about tech like this, when you saw the leaks about PSSR, when you saw the leaks about the Q Lite, hey, somebody sent a tip with the tip command, $5. Oh, there's a tip command. Thank you, Mile High. Yes, if you guys would prefer to tip directly and not have a percentage of it taken, and a 50 bomb comes in from Pathalon Phoenix, the first one with our cool new toy here. Excuse me. And we're sitting at 466. It's 100 to 10. Twitch, where are you today? Come on. Pathalon just putting the hurt on. If you guys are wondering why the chat is suddenly being spammed with the emoji farty bomb, that is what my son calls 50 bombs. It is. He loves to make everything sound like, fart, toot, butt, poop, all those gloriously funny words. He asked me last night, why are butts so funny? And I got to tell you, kids will ask you very challenging questions as an adult and as a parent. And that's one of the more difficult questions he's asked me. I was like, I actually don't know why butts are funny. They're universally funny. Toots are universally funny. And I'm not actually, I couldn't give him a good answer. I was like, I don't know, buddy. And then I just came downstairs. I made a comment back there somewhere if you can find it. All right, hang on. Zubair said, Lono, you look very handsome today. No, that's not what you're talking about. Here it is. I think Kojima gets great results in Decima because they put in a lot of time and effort to get there. Every Decima game has come from someone committed to excellence first. Yeah, I would say that's what would happen if you started licensing it out. You'd have people that were just like either not as familiar, not as committed. That's what happens with Unreal. I mean, we have games come out in Unreal 5 that are great. It's because it's slightly taboo. It creates constant tension when discussing it. That's right. That's a fun question. Yo, it's good, Derek. I haven't seen you in chat in a while. Yeah, he's like, why are butts funny? He drew a picture of somebody taking a dump. And I was like, buddy, this is really well done and funny, but you can't do this. You can't draw stuff like this. And as I was walking away, he was like, but why are butts so funny? And I was like, I don't know, buddy. I just went downstairs. Hasio says, we just need 44 more members to keep the goal. Guys, something really cool happens to this when you guys hit the goal. It'll automatically update for stretch, and the stretch goal is still for the Saturday stream with Madam. If you guys want more Borderlands, since you've not got a lot of Borderlands this week, because I took a bit of a break from playing on PC, I'm still playing with her. We're at like almost 20 hours, and we have barely scratched the surface of the bottom of the map. And a VIP comes in from Mick D09, adds the total 467. Thank you so much, Mick D09. 44 months in the VIP, says, happy Friday, smash the like button. Yeah, right now, guys, there's almost 400 of you here on YouTube. Very quickly, if a bunch of you hit like right now, we could probably hit 200 likes, like super fast. Like, try to do it as fast. Like, just everybody do it right now. And let's see if we can't hit the 200. I'm going to pause the thing that nobody likes. It can be a little disruptive to the channel. I just press pause on it. So if you like the fact that I do that, hit that like button. Not only that, the two devs that have used Decima are experts with it. They co-developed it specifically for their needs. No one else will have that combo of expertise and commitment to excellence. Yeah, if you were going to have somebody use Decima, you would hope that it would be somebody like somebody in-house that then Gorilla could assist. Let's say Bend decided that they wanted to use Decima. I don't know why they would. Like, Sucker Punch has a homebrew engine. Insomniac has a homebrew engine. I'm pretty sure Santa Monica does too. I don't know why any of those developers would be like, I think we should switch to Decima. But let's just say that they did. I think it'd be better if it was an in-house studio, because then Guerrilla could assist and say, okay, hey, we're going to help you with some of the rough edges there. I mean, I think that's always an issue with engines in general, because I remember covering Anthem, and then we found out later the support for that engine, Anthem devs struggled to get support, and it was frustrating. They had like a financial incentive to use that engine. Naughty Dog, I'm pretty sure Naughty Dog has an in-house. I don't know why let's just say they were motivated. You'd love Arrowhead to use Decima for Helldivers 3. They'd have to be motivated. Listen, Helldivers is a really cool game, and it has a really cool look and a feel. I think part of it is because they didn't go with all the new flashy stuff. They stuck with what they knew, and I would think do that again. Ben Studios should switch to Decima. UE4 didn't do them any favors in Days Gone. Yeah, okay, so that's a good example. Like, let's say they were motivated to switch, and maybe that was the reason why. Well, that's not too bad. Guerrilla could help. You know, Guerrilla could assist, and that's what you would want. If somebody's going to be using Decima, if you license it out, you run the risk of them, doing bad work. Housemark? I think Housemark, what's Housemark use? What's Returnal's engine? Returnal's engine's UE4. Okay. Yeah, what did Space Marine 2 use? What do they call it, the Swarm engine? I think they call it the Swarm engine. I think it's proprietary. Yeah, it's a proprietary engine, and it's called the Swarm engine. It's literally designed to allow them to do the swarming mechanic when all like the, what are they called, Terminids show up. I'm not big on Warhammer lore. Don't judge me, okay? Anyways, yeah, I think they use a Swarm engine. Like, what do we think the likelihood is of the dates changes, or like Scope Creep or whatever? What do we see today compared to what we'll get? What do you think? Tyranids? Tyranids? What are Terminids? What's a Terminid? Why is that in my brain? A Terminid is something. It's from something, isn't it? Terminid? Oh, Helldivers. Sorry. Helldivers are Terminids. Space Marine is Tyranids. Come on. I can be forgiven for that mistake. Listen. The Emperor protects. And I think the Emperor would protect that mistake. I think he would be, as long as you're committed to killing anything that ends in nid, then he would say, then you're a good man in my book. All the Space Marine nerds are like tweaking out. Their like eyes are twitching. They're like, this mother effer just spoke for the Emperor. Anyways, before I end my career a fifth time by speaking ill of Space Marine or Warhammer. Anyway, come on, Lono. Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, guys on YouTube, we need to do this right now. We need to work on this like count. Quit making me bring it up and beg. Just press it. Just press the button, the little thumbs up. Hit it. Hit the thing. I'm doing it on my own video right now. Come on. In other words, how optimistic, pessimistic are you? Okay, yeah. I would say this, Derek. When it comes to the PlayStation 6 release date, okay, if someone was like, bet money, Lono. Bet money. PS6 release date. When is it? I would bet it's 2028. I think 2027, as with all these things, I think they commonly have to move the date. It's very rare for hardware timelines like these to hit in the way that they were hoping and expecting. I usually think what they do is they pick that initial date, and I think they honestly pick that date knowing it's likely to move. Because here's why. Okay, listen. I'm going to get ahead of myself. I'm going to cannibalize a little bit of my script, but that's okay. 2027 doesn't sound right because in 2024, they said we were entering into the latter half of the gen. So halfway through 2024, they say latter half, and they meant there's only 2.5 years left? That doesn't make any sense. That 2.5 years is the latter half? That's weird. Latter half would mean we've got 3 or 4 more years left, which means you're going to land in 2028. Also, they go from saying latter half to releasing a PS5 Pro at the end of 2024. And you think 3 years later they're going to release the new gen console. That's not what they did last time. The last time they released a PS4 Pro and then 4 years later they released the new gen, not 3. It would be really weird given how this gen started in 2020 and how rocky it was with distribution in 2021 that they would be in a hurry. That they would be in a hurry to be like, yeah, let's get the next one out. Hollow Dad On just used his Prime over there on Purple and bumped the line to 468. It's 101 to 11. Thank you so much, Purple. It looks like you're going to lose the day to YouTube. You're going to need some big boys over there. Hilly is trying to summon a 50 bomb on Twitch by spamming the farty bomb emote. Thank you very much. You're having trouble with the upgrade thing? If you're trying to upgrade your membership on YouTube, the easiest thing to do is go to a web browser and then use the upgrade command in chat. If you're using the app on your phone, it's typically where the trouble lies. So, yeah, I don't, and again, if I'm placing bets, I'm saying 2028 is when PS6 hits. It's incredibly weird to think that we're in 2025, that in just 2 years' time, they would be like, oh, yeah, here's the PS6. I was originally on YouTube, but I switched to Purple. I'm a trader. Hey, man, be a trader. Help them win the little contest here. They're 90 members behind. The best way to upgrade on YouTube is to create a Twitch account, says Hilly. There was an issue that's been... there was the issue has been for me. Cheers, Lono, and thanks again to whoever gifted me. You are welcome, Marco. PS6 price. Okay, so the PS6 price is being speculated to be somewhere between $500 and $700. I'm sorry, $550 and $700. I believe it's going to land closer to like the $550, $600 range. That's what I think. And Ant just renewed their VIP for 49 months. Thank you so much, Ant. You are the man. Now, most of the people that are finding this stream are not searching for it, and they're not getting it suggested to them. Most of you that are here right now, I was like on your homepage. If you've never been here before, on YouTube in particular, make sure and hit that subscribe button. That enables you to talk in my chat. That's actually totally free. That is free to hit the subscribe button. And, okay, so a hype train has started, and there are new hype train emotes over there, like some waving hand just went by. All right, this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity, Purple. This is it. You got 4 minutes of a hype train to make it work. Hard to guess prices at this point. Way too many unknowns. Yeah, I mean, inflation could make it impossible for them to price it at $550 and it lands at $650. I don't know. And a Prime sub comes in from Narwaffle over here on Purple, rounds us out to $470. We're exactly a 5 bomb away from the next milestone. I currently owe YouTube 3 members. Oh, Stone Spire, you were a little slow. $471. You're the ruiner now, Stone Spire. Look what you've become. Good job, Stone. You really think they'll price it lower than the PS5 Pro? And Twilight comes in with a... What is that? Oh, somebody else renewed. Oh, we got other people renewing. So, Ant Got No Games renewed their Prime for 15 months, and then 29-month renewal comes in from Duke, and then a 5 bomb comes in from Twilight. I now owe a member to Purple, and here it comes. I'm going to help you guys with the little hype train here. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Okay, now's your chance there, Stone. There you go. There's the setup. Lona started a war. Do it. If they want mass adoption, they have to price it lower than the Pro. You are exactly right. I originally thought the optics on that would be crazy to bring something to the market lower than the Pro. More than likely, they would be lowering production and distribution of the Pro at that point, and would maybe even lower the price of the Pro at that point. And then they'd be able to sell the new one within that pricing hemisphere, if that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? What is this? No, I don't want anything to do with that. No problem. No problem. No problem. The iPhone 17 costs less than the iPhone 16 Pro. Yes. And there it is. 2 singles come in from Stone Spire. Rounds us out to $480. Purple, this is your opportunity. A 20 bomb to secure the next one. And the goal for the week. And the crown of being dope. I'm just kidding. Can you guys hit the like button on YouTube? Oh, we're so close to 200. You guys are crushing it today. Manufacturing will be much cheaper than the Pro. Yeah, I also think that's going to be an issue. Yes. Hang on. Is the PS... This guy's trying to get demos. Is the PS4 hooked up to the internet? He's trying... I've been trying to help my friend. They moved back to Korea, and he's been asking about games for his daughter. And I looked up PS4 games that had demos for him. And Joker Quinn has come in and ruined it, like he always does. 481. 19 members away, that's right. Why do you think manufacturing will be cheaper than the Pro? They'll be making more. So it'll be a unified SKU. They're going to do the detachable disk drive again. So when you're only making one SKU, that keeps costs down. But they're going to be making more. So the Pro, they're making smaller amounts. And that drives up costs for each different piece and part that you're using generally. It's also more powerful. So there's like iterative pieces in it that are specific to it that would then drive your production cost up compared to a base model. A base model, even though it'd be newer and have newer hardware, would generally land lower in price because you're making more. Volume's going to help. The rumor is that the SoC will be a chiplet based, which will bring the cost way down. The Pro is monolithic, so it's a big chip, says Zubair. There's a specific reason. I haven't tried yet. I'll try soon. Thanks for recommendation. Yeah, hook it up and then browse the store and download on the PS4 itself. Yeah, he's not hooked up the PS4 to the internet yet. And it's like, oh, just do that. They're a hardware company. They know what they're doing. I traded in my base PS5, so it's not that big of a deal. I didn't buy the disc drive or the real stand. People just want to hate on PlayStation. That's why the price was a shock. Well, in general, I think you're probably correct that a lot of the outrage about the price, there wasn't a whole lot of consistency because now there's a bunch of things coming out that are way higher than the Pro. And, like, nobody's upset, right? There was also people that were like, I can't believe the Switch 2 is so expensive. And then they're, like, holding a Switch 2 in their hand. Come on. Like, what are we doing here? I got a base PS5 digital for, like, $450 in the 2022 economy, says Derek. That and my trusty base PS4 are my final hardware purchases for the foreseeable future. The price is too high, my income too low. And that ain't just me. Well, yes, the market at large and the hype train's come to an end. If you guys contributed to the hype train, you should have new emojis to use. I now have this cool little insane heart that I can use. There you go. I fixed my PS5 overheating because my power source was blocked from dust. Yeah, I'll be just thinking about that. Like, if they go with a more basic design, I wonder if they'll have an easier time not dealing with, like, people putting their PlayStations in weird places or something. It's like, it's such an awkward-looking device. Like, I wonder if the fact that it looks so weird is, like, is that why people have been putting them in weird places? Like, they want it, like, out of sight. They're like, get this ugly Wi-Fi router out of here. And then it's like, well, you put it in a box. No wonder it's overheating. Remember, they always make a loss first with the consoles. They generally do, yes. They do. But I think as far as, like, inflation affecting consumer leisure purchase empowerment, if that's a sentence that we can say. Like, if Derek's like, well, yeah, I'm a PlayStation guy. I had the 4 and I got the 5, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get the 6. Well, your position could change in the next 2 to 3 years. If the PS6 release date is late 2027, or if I'm correct and it's late 2028, I mean, in 2 to 3 years' time, a lot can change. Also, in 2 to 3 years' time, you just put a little envelope over the fireplace and put $10 in it every month, and all of a sudden, when that thing comes out, you're like, I've got my PlayStation 6 money. Not everybody can afford to do that. I'm not acting like everybody's got $10 to put in an envelope, but I'm saying between now and then, you could say, hey, I've got a rough approximation of when the device is coming out. I could set money aside every opportunity I have. Or, again, between now and then, things could change. Things could improve. Better job. Influx of opportunities to earn more. I don't know. I'll quit smoking and put the money into my sock drawer. Yeah, like every time you don't buy a pack of smokes, you just put like half of that money in an envelope and put the other half in the, put the other half in the bank. It's like, we never know. Like, listen, in 2 to 3 years, I might be in a situation where I'm like, I can't buy the PS6. Obviously everything can go upside down or improve. There's always opportunities for that to happen. I think what you're saying, though, does get at the heart of the matter. I don't think the PS6 price can be exorbitant because it's a base model. A base model has to have broad market appeal and a reasonable amount of broad market adoption. And internally, okay, I have it on very good authority, internally, PlayStation has been very pleased with the fact that the PS5 has been almost keeping pace with the PS4 without a mid-gen price drop. They wanted to and were not able to do a mid-gen price drop. They didn't want to raise the price. They fought against it. They didn't raise the price on accessories for that reason. Like, they did not want to raise the price. Okay? This is not just verifiable from, like, sources that I've spoken to. They literally said this in an earnings call. They were looking at every opportunity they could to avoid the price increase. They stocked up PS5s in America. They considered moving production to America. They were looking at anything they could to avoid raising the price because they know you raise the price, it has a negative impact on demand. So going into the PlayStation 6, the PS6 price will certainly have these influences around it. They will. It will have these influences. They'll be like, listen, we need broad market appeal. You can't do that with an $800 or a $900 device. I salute you. Most adults don't know how to save money and be responsible. I think a lot of people know how to. I think sometimes it's a matter of they might be dealing with like just the self-control of it. Like, it's really hard to put money in an envelope and not use it. Like, everybody wants to have fun and go out with their friends or, buy that pizza or buy that trinket. Sometimes they literally can't. Sometimes they're literally budgeting and they're like, okay, I can put $10 in the gas tank and I can spend $10 on like bread and peanut butter so that I can like make it to the next check, right? Sometimes people are literally, they don't have a single dollar to put in an envelope of like future fund, right? Like, this is for future things that I want to do. Not everybody's in that position. My point was, it's a long ways from now. So you can, if you're able, set funds aside. Or maybe your situation changes. Maybe your situation improves between now and then. Like, if obviously if I could wave a magic wand, I wouldn't want anybody facing those types of hard situations and struggles. That's not fun. You have to be like, yeah, we can't do this thing. When we first moved into our house in 2020, we were quickly met with financial distress. We didn't buy furniture for our living room for like a year and a half. My kids thought it was great. They referred to it as their playroom. When they heard we were going to get couches and chairs for the living room, they're like, you're going to put furniture in our playroom? Like, they were devastated. They were devastated. But like, I know what that's like. I know what it's like to be like, oh my gosh, I can't even put stinking furniture in my house. Like, you know, everybody's gone through those times where you're like, man, this kind of sucks. I can't do the thing I want to do. I can't pay for the things I want to pay for. With the price of the PS6, hopefully not going any higher than what they're speculating, which is like $550 to $700, it would land within other, you know, tech enthusiast or tech hobbyist purchases, leisure purchases that people are making, like TVs, headphones, and the like. Yeah, Dad, why'd you put furniture in our playroom? That's exactly right. I used to smoke incredibly high quality weed. I save tens of thousands of dollars a year. I miss it anecdotally, but I'm glad I quit. Distress feels like a bit of an understatement. Yeah, Zubair, yes. What happened in 2020 was absolutely devastating. And it was kind of a bummer to be like, yeah, we can't do something that feels like just like a total normal thing you would do after purchasing a house, right? You know, the price I can't afford it discussion generally comes down to there's a limit when a company says we want broad market appeal, okay? There's a limit. Because obviously you could be like, well, couldn't you sell a ton of them if you only sold the next PlayStation 6 for $100 a piece? There's a limit, right? Like, you have to make a reasonable amount back, either break even or maybe you're willing to lose $50 per unit because you know everybody that buys one is going to spend an X amount of revenue that year in your store, purchases, microtransactions, what have you. You're going to make that money back relatively quickly. So, you know, there's a limit, though. There's just a limit. It's like, you know, sometimes the company's like, this is as low as we can go. If we go any lower, it's not feasible. So yes, they want broad market appeal, but they can't race to the bottom on price because number one, it would devalue the item, and number two, it could be catastrophic to their bottom line. What a totally ignorant and callous take. When life happens, it's your fault. Wait, did somebody say that? When life happens, it's your fault. I think maybe PL was being sarcastic. I'm not sure. Thank you guys for 200 likes on the video. I greatly appreciate it. Nice strong turnout for the day. We're about an hour into the broadcast. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for a lively discussion and a lively debate about the PlayStation 6. If you've seen the PS6 leaks, there's a lot of questions about PS6 price, PS6 release date. These are the things we're talking about. I do have sort of a scheduled talk that we'll be going through momentarily. You're probably misunderestimating how bad the economy is going to get. So there's that. I mean, I'm not an economist, so I'm not going to make predictions. I don't know if anybody here is an authority on this. But I've been seeing an awful lot of green in this app. So that could be good. That could lead to bad. These things are, kind of like roller coasters. So I don't know. I don't have a strong way of commentating. And a 20 bomb comes in from Pathalon Phoenix. He rounds us out. And look at that. That's such a cool tool that Creature built. So we've hit the goal, okay? We've hit the goal of 501. Now, stretch of 750, that's going to be a tough one here on a Friday. We will see. But if you hit it, You get a Saturday evening stream with Madam and I. We're working our way through Borderlands, right? We're working our way through Borderlands. So that can be another thing for you guys to enjoy on a Saturday if you rally like crazy and get it. If not, it's fine. You've unlocked tonight, and that's always a fun time as well. PS Pro update for PSSR might be the PS6. No. They've spoken very clearly on what that is. That's incorrect. Sagomo comes in with a 3-month member plus says, what I miss, boom, adding to the total, 502-127 for YouTube. We got a cool new tool down here. It tracks the members. Thank you so much. Yeah, they specifically said that the FSR4 algorithm's being brought to the PS5 Pro next year. That's a planned update. So no, the update is not the PS6. And all of the hardware leaks about the PS6 indicate like timelines of, production and timelines of shipping. Just guessing. I wouldn't even call that guessing. I would say you're just speaking. It's kind of nonsense to say, oh, there's an update coming next year. Oh, it's the PS6. There's literally no way that that's true. That like Mark Cerny lied to the public and that all these hardware leaks are 100% incorrect and they're actually going to be shipping it in early 2026. Like that wouldn't make an ounce of sense. What you're saying is kind of nonsense. Like there's no way that's what's happening. Mark Cerny's like, oh yeah, Project Amethyst, one of the first things that's come out of it is FSR4. The algorithm from FSR4 is going to be coming to the PSSR in 2026. It's going to be coming, and then all the hardware leaks indicate that like production for the PS6 is going to start in 2027. With a late 2027 ship date is what they're hoping to see. All of that would have to be incorrect for what you're saying to be true. So like again, it's not even a guess. Like what you're saying is like random. It's like there would be no way they would do that. And thank you, Arthur Torres, with 34 months and a member plus. I appreciate it so much. I forgot. I just found out today that one of the new 24-hour stream shows on Tube is MXC, Most Extreme Elimination Challenge. Do you remember that show? I do remember that show, and it was fantastic. And it's basically what the show Wipeout is based on. Takeshi's Castle was the original show, and the game Fall Guys is based on that as well. Fall Guys is based on Takeshi's Castle, Most Extreme Elimination, and Wipeout. Well, do you think the PS6 will be Sony's last console? No. Right you are, Ken. No, it will not be. They're a hardware company. So you would have to see, and I mean, when we say tectonic shift, you would have to see a tectonic shift in the market for Sony to be like, yeah, we're not doing consoles anymore. Like their partnership with AMD has a very long tail on it. It would be very, very strange for them to completely jettison their entire, not just identity as a company, but the means by which they make money. I mean, all their production lines, all their investment, all their R&D. It would be very bizarre if somebody's like, oh, everything's going to be cloud this, cloud that. I mean, that is, you can certainly place your bets on cloud. I will never place bets on American infrastructure moving fast enough. Our internet infrastructure is just moving at a snail's pace, and the internet companies are too much in bed with politicians for them to get the pressure that's needed to fix it. So like I just think cloud is always going to be lagging behind. And here's why. You're going to continue to see hardware get better and better and better and better and better, right? So eventually your server blades are going to be insanely strong and insanely awesome, right? The strongest computer in the world at any given moment can become a server blade that you can play on. Well, doesn't that mean then the internet infrastructure and the cloud technology is going to have to exponentially speed up to catch up with that level of fidelity and performance? Because how else are you going to have that experience through the internet with infrastructure like we have in so many cities across America? Everybody's on these old copper lines and oversold nodes and promises of fiber. Let's just say that we finally get some of that in some of the more major places, and it's you have a good percentage of people. The worry would be that the fidelity of the games and the hardware is going to just keep going, just and then cloud's going to be like, man, we can't keep up. GeForce Now is 360 FPS. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The infrastructure is always going to be the bottleneck. Change is happening rapidly. Cloud works great over 5G. That's a mobile network. You can get that from satellite. So you didn't just establish that change is happening. You established your opinion that it works well. And I would tell you right now, nobody's going to play cloud over 5G and think, yeah, I don't need hardware anymore. Because all it takes is a little bit of a blip, a little bit of packet loss, a little bit of latency. And they're going to be like, this sucks, this is dumb. Like, I mean it. Like, I've not seen any evidence at all. I've not seen any evidence that the infrastructure is getting to a place where it's going to be able to do this at a degree where, like, the question that started this conversation was, will the PlayStation 6 be their last console? Okay. The only way that would happen is if you got mass adoption of cloud gaming to the degree that making a console would be a loss. Like, that's what would have to happen. Do you understand how insane that would be? Like, what would have to happen would be so incredibly tectonic. You would have to have a multi-pronged shift within the globe itself to have the internet infrastructure gets to a place where the adoption isn't just possible, but desirable. And then you'd have to have all of the companies on board. Every developer, every company that makes hardware, every company that makes consoles, right? Like, I don't think it's getting incredible. No one's questioning your experience, Deuterino. You're having a separate conversation. No one's questioning your experience on cloud. The question was, if you want to have a conversation with me, do it. Don't talk to somebody else in the room. That's annoying. Talk with me if you're going to engage with me. I was engaging in a question about, will this be their last console? I'm speaking about what would require a hardware company to say, we're no longer making consoles. We're going to do, the only replacement would be cloud. The level of tectonic shift across the entire globe that would require that to be a tenable business strategy isn't going to happen, I don't think, in our lifetime. There's just no way. Now, maybe when I'm like a grandpa, you'd have like hardware companies being like, people aren't just buying hardware anymore. Cloud is so much better. But so when I say this, I feel like people are like, oh, but I love cloud and I have a good experience with cloud. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a level of infrastructure that I don't know if we're going to see it in our lifetime, because you're never going to get these companies to move unless they can do it very cheaply. Because that was the big problem with fiber in a lot of the cities across America, is it was, as an example, like when like AT&T started doing fiber, they halted very quickly. I worked at the company at the time. They halted all spread of the fiber network. Why? Because they were losing money. They were losing money. To get people to switch to fiber, they had to, and I'm not kidding you, when you would watch somebody sign up for fiber, it was like watching somebody buy a house. A manager would have to come out. They were stacking discounts on top of discounts on top of discounts on top of discounts just to get this person to sign up for fiber, because it was so dadgum expensive. So like a year in, AT&T like stopped the spread of their fiber network. Now this is like 10 years ago, but at the time, that's all it took. All it took was a company to realize, we're not going to make money on this, stop it. Just keep selling people DSL over old fiber lines. And if that's going to be the posture of the internet companies, if there's no impetus to push them to expand, improve, or make their infrastructure better, cloud's always going to get pushed through that garden hose. It's like, well, yeah, it's great if you have the right city position internet, but the average person doesn't. And then you have to make it affordable. You have to make it affordable. Somebody's going to be like, well, I'm getting great speed and experience over cable. Why am I going to switch? That's more expensive, right? So you got to build it cheaply, sell it cheaply to get that level of market adoption. I don't see that happening anytime soon. The companies have no motivation to do it. It's got to be a revenue mover. It's got to be a profit mover to get these companies to do it. Street Shadow with 17 months of memberships. For cloud to take over to that point, the internet needs to be accessible and consistent as oxygen. That's why I said the level required to get there, I can't see it happening, because you'd have to be able to build that level of infrastructure cheaply and then sell it cheaply, because you got to get people to switch. So I don't see hardware companies like AMD, Nvidia, Intel, Sony. I don't see them moving away from hardware, consoles, GPUs, CPUs. I don't see any of that going anywhere anytime soon, because even if you do cloud, somebody's going to be making the hardware that you're playing on. I've had people telling me up one side, down the other. It's just a matter of time where we don't even have TVs and we don't have consoles and we don't have computers. We're just going to do everything over the cloud. And I'm like, listen, no disrespect, you sound like an NFT bro. Y'all remember those NFT bros, man? They were evangelical about it. It was crazy. They were out here just spreading the good news of the NFTs and what they were going to do. Yeah, how much money is your monkey picture worth now? Like, a lot of the people who are out here singing the praises of cloud, it's like no one's doubting that you can have a good experience and that it's impressive technology. My doubt has always been infrastructure, alignment, and consumer adoption. Those are the two things I just don't see happening at a speed that will change the fabric of the economy and the globe and these hardware companies. I just don't see it. Yeah, the AI bros were the same. Johnny Appleseed with AI, like, get AI, invest in AI, and now they're all like, it's really expensive and it's made us no money. Like, you know. In 40 years, maybe. Like I said, when I'm a grandpa, when I'm in my 80s, yes, we might see a level of adoption in cloud and an infrastructure to align with it. Maybe. We have Wi-Fi 7. No. It's not about your Wi-Fi. It's not about that. When I say infrastructure, what I mean is, so I live in a city right now where I have fiber. I have AT&T fiber. I could play cloud over that, and I could probably have just a fantastic experience. Okay? Somebody 2 miles from me who can't get the fiber would have a very different experience if they played over the old copper lines that I used to be on. We are in the same city. I could ride a bike to their house if I was in better shape. I could ride a bike to their house, and we're not going to have the same experience. It's not like they're living in like the slums or a shack or like a third world country. Like, they're not impoverished. They got a house. They live in a nice neighborhood, and they're on old copper lines, and they're going to have a terrible experience on cloud because they're on some oversold node, and there's packet loss, and there's stutters, and there's lag. Now, they're never going to notice that when they're watching Netflix or YouTube or when they're playing their video games. But, buddy, you start playing over cloud, who cares about them? What do you mean, who cares about them? I'm not saying anybody should care about them. I'm saying that if you're going to get market adoption, you need it to be accessible in as many places as possible. And if there are pockets of large pockets of people who won't have a good experience with cloud, you won't get mass market adoption because they'll have a bad experience. So if you want that, you need people to have a good experience or it won't work. It was one of the reasons that 3D televisions didn't take off. Because when I worked at Best Buy at the time, people would walk in, had to put these big gaudy glasses on their face, and they would say, no thank you. It isn't worth it. It's more expensive. It's not all that comfortable. And the difference in the picture is like minimal. You know what I mean? Imagine cloud farms to support gaming. Yeah, the number of people that game, Eugene, exactly. Street Shadow with a $5 super chat. Also, do you think Sony would just be like, we don't want people to access our ecosystem on their flights or in rural country or the county, right? Like you can't chop off that number of consumers. Like that would be a little crazy. Phone hotspots getting better too. Yeah, again, the original question was, okay. The original question was, do you think this will be their last console? Well, the PlayStation 6. What we're talking about now is in response to that question. I just don't think so. I don't think you're going to see a hardware company say, we have no reason to make a console or hardware anymore, because the only reason they would say that is you would have such a significant amount of mass market adoption of cloud. That would be the only way you would do it. There would have to be so many people on cloud that there wasn't an audience to sell consoles to anymore. A lot of these people that are like, cloud is the future, PC's the future, consoles are going to die and go away. Nintendo and PlayStation are laughing all the way to the bank. They're laughing all the way to the bank. These are absurd notions. Steam's looking into a console. Handhelds are getting more and more production from more and more companies looking into them. Like the idea that like hardware's going away and like, well, everything's going to be a PC and everything's going to be a cloud. None of this is rooted in actual analysis. It's all wishful thinking because, they want the console that they don't like to not do well. If they don't like Nintendo or they don't like PlayStation, they're almost like cheering for that to happen. They're cheering for the downfall of an empire that they feel is worthy of it. And it's like, these are just companies making a product, man. I don't know why people are so, hell-bent on seeing them not do well. It's not good when a company doesn't do well. It isn't. If you have more successful companies and more successful hardware, avenues in the market, that's better for everybody. It is. If right now, Nintendo packed it up and left the market and we're like, we're just going to make mobile games, that would be a huge bummer because there would just be less choice and less stuff in the market for those that like to game. So you should never really be out here like hoping. A lot of people were saying that. They were like cheering, for Xbox to fail or to leave. And it's like, you don't want that. I don't know why you would think that you would want that. That's not, you want them out there competing and making great games and then making a great Halo or making a great Gears. You want them to have a very strong motivation. Now the hope would be they still have that motivation as they shifted into more of a publishing role, because they need to sell units. They need to sell copies of Gears of War E-Day. So you would hope that leads to, a focus on excellence and a focus on quality so that people buy a product and get a good product. And then if that product sells very well, that money then comes back around and gets reinvested in the next project. Like when you see a game like Helldivers 2, have a lot of success and get lots of people playing, that means that company is going to potentially then do more, reinvest, expand, do a sequel. And that's something that's good for you. That's something that you benefit from if you are a consumer of the product. Then the question would be, is that what would the PS7 do that the PS6 couldn't do that would make you buy one? The same thing that everybody is always motivated by when they're buying new hardware, Mr. Chosen. The answer to the question, you already know the answer to the question, and you don't even have to have a crystal ball. What makes somebody buy a new TV, a new iPhone, a new car? What makes somebody buy a new console? What? New stuff. That's the answer. New and better stuff is always the answer to that question. Why would you buy a PS7? What's it going to be able to do that the PS6 won't be able to do? I don't know. It'll have new and better stuff. What's the iPhone 25 going to have? I don't know. New and better stuff. Why are you going to buy a new TV in 10 years anyway? I don't know. It's going to have new and better stuff. That's generally how it goes. Why are you going to buy a new GPU in 3 years? The ones they have now are amazing. It's going to have new and better stuff. What do you mean? This is literally the rushing torrent of water of technology, is that it goes forward. Step in and out of the river at any moment. Like, that the answer to your question is like, you know the answer. It's not like a glib non-answer to say, yeah, the PS6 is going to do stuff that my Pro can't. The PlayStation 6 is going to do stuff that my PS5 can't. PS6 specs, PS6 price, PS6 release date. All of that are merely data points on a piece of paper at a certain point. At a philosophical level, like, that's what you're going to be motivated by. You're like, oh yeah, it's got new stuff and can do new stuff. The question's not whether or not you should. The question is whether or not it will be good enough to motivate you to pull your wallet out. There's no impetus here. There's no imperative. Like, they're just going to be like, here it is. Here's what it does. And you are either like a, ooh, or you're a, eh. Like, that's basically it. Consumers fall into two camps. The ooh and the eh. You're going to look at a new iPhone, new TV, new console, and you're either going to go, ooh, look at the pretty lights, give me, or you're going to go, I'll wait. Or, I don't want it. That's generally your response to stuff like this. I went a really long time before I upgraded my iPhone. I had like an 11. What do I have now? I don't even know. It's immaterial to me. General, about... I have a 16 Pro, okay? The only reason I got this is because my 11 wouldn't hold a charge anymore. Like, halfway through the day, I was like, oh gosh, got to plug it in. And I was barely using it. So if I went on like an actual trip or something and I was, actually using it instead of it sitting here on my desk, like, I was like, oh my gosh, I need a new phone. Why? It won't hold a charge. Now, somebody would say, well, why did you wait so long? Oh my gosh, there were so many new ones and there were so many cool things you could do. And I was like, well, I didn't need any of those things. This, to me, this is a tool. That's all it is. It's like, well, I can check my emails, send text to my friends, and every day or so I'll check Facebook to look at pictures of my kiddos when they were babies. That's all this does. And I'll check Twitter and question why I ever go back to the platform. I mean, that's basically all I do with it. But a console, to me, that's my gaming hub. That's where I go to game. So I'm going to want the newest. So when I saw the Pro, I thought, that's what I want out of games. Oh, yeah, you give me fidelity, ray tracing, and I don't have to lose frame rate. Yep, give me it. Give me it right now. Inject it into my veins. And some guy with like a $4,000 PC is like, why would you do that? We've had ray tracing for years. It's like, I don't care about that. That would be like an iPhone enthusiast when I get my new iPhone and I'm like, oh, I can do this cool thing. And they're like, we've been able to do that on the iPhone for 4 years, pleb. You'd be like, I don't give a frick. It's cool to me now because I bought it now. Like, to me, that's the difference between every consumer, is whether or not the thing is shiny enough to get you to buy it. And if it's not shiny enough, yeah, you're not going to buy it. You just aren't. Some people look at the Pro and they're like, that's stupid. It's not shiny enough. Why? Because they've got RGB reflecting off of their walls and they're taking screenshots of path tracing. Like, of course they're going to look at a Pro and say that's not shiny enough. That's what every consumer is doing fundamentally, is you're looking at the product and saying, is it shiny enough? Is it cool enough? Is it going to do those things that I want it to do? That's basically what everybody's been doing this gen. The difference is, I've always told people, if you like your PC, go game on your PC. If you like that Series S for your kids and Game Pass, go for it. If you like the PS5 and the PS5 Pro, go for it. Telling somebody like, oh, you shouldn't buy that, or you do this, you do that, that's stupid, or that's a scam. Fundamentally, that's just subjective to the user. So you're never going to convince somebody that like what they're spending their money on is a scam. Now, if they buy it and after the fact it doesn't do any of the things that it promised, like if I bought a TV and it was like, it's a great smart TV, access Netflix, and then I got it and they're like, well, actually, you can load up a web browser and like watch Netflix through the web browser. And I'm like, wait, that's not what you promised me. Like, somebody could say, yeah, you got scammed. And then I might agree with them. I'd be like, yeah, they said this thing was going to be able to do X, Y, and Z, and it can't do X, Y, and Z. That's a different category of discussion. That's not value proposition. That's a failure to have value transmission. That's why PlayStation even stated that a good amount of players are still on the PS4. Yeah, a lot of PS4 players aren't going to switch until GTA 6 comes out. Or, another thing that's going to happen. I think when GTA 6 finally lands, you'll see Call of Duty in the wake of GTA 6 finally leave behind PS4, and that'll get people to switch as well. It will. It'll get people to switch as well. So I think this is another reason why I really question the timing of the PS6 being 2027. Let's really think about this. I'm going to get to my script in a minute, but let's really think about the PS6 release date, okay? Right now, there's somewhere between 50 and 60 million people still turning on their PS4. They're in the MAU, the monthly active user count of the PlayStation user base. And they're still turning on their PS4. Okay? Next year is 2026. And you're finally going to get a lot, and I mean a lot of them will finally switch next year because of GTA 6. And if Call of Duty gets in line and does the same thing, and Call of Duty late 2026 next year leaves behind PS4, you'll get a bunch more to switch again. If you expect me to believe that 1 year later, after that finally happens, they're going to be like, and here's the PS6, I just think that sounds insane to me. I could be wrong. I could be way out in left field on this one. But the PlayStation 6 release date being 1 year after that finally happens seems crazy to me. That seems crazy. It's like, why you wouldn't wait? Now, people are going to say, but there's contracts, there's production timelines, there's stuff that they got to do with AMD and the people that they're ordering the parts from. Okay. All that matters in that contract is when production starts. That doesn't necessarily mean you need to be selling it immediately after production starts. You could push back like Nintendo did. Don't tell me that it's all tied up in contracts when Nintendo was like, we're going to push back the release date of the Nintendo Switch 2 because they wanted to have ample amount to sell. Many people said that the Switch 2 outsold Switch 1 first year because they just made more. Yep, you're right. And why do you think they were able to do that? Because production had started. They're paying and honoring the contract they had with the screen manufacturers. I think it was like Samsung or whoever. Like they're honoring all those contracts, and then they're like, well, we're not going to ship the thing though. We're push back ship date. That means I think this is very reasonable what I'm saying. PlayStation could do the same thing, and they could say that's fine. Production can start in 2027. But we're not going to be shipping and taking orders and doing a release date until 2028. Why? Because they're finally getting the last bastion of people to get off the PS4. You finally get them to do that, and you're like, yep, a year later, here's the PS6. You don't see any home console launching before 2030. Costs are way too high. If you look into the leaks around the PS6 and how they're going to keep cost and production down, I think you might change your prediction. They're actually very, very focused on keeping price down, both within production and for consumer. Some of this is going to be seen in the way that they market it. They're not going to be marketing it on raw power. They're going to be marketing it on the... it's going to be more about the ray tracing and the upscaling. It's not going to be like, make your eyeballs bleed. Resolution's going to be doubled and frame rate's going to be quadrupled. Like, that's not going to be the focus. Look at the PS5 Pro, though. Is this affordable? I have one, but really it isn't. Well, I think you're asking a question that doesn't pertain to the discussion, because the way that they're going to make the PlayStation 6 is not the way that they made the Pro. They're approaching the way that, again, if you look at the leaks, the way that they're approaching this is going to keep price and production lower so that then they can have the price be lower for consumer. You're going to get more mass appeal, more broad appeal and broad adoption. the goal of the Pro was never broad appeal and broad adoption. So they're not making as many of them. The pieces and the parts within are more costly then because of that. So that's going to affect your production cost, also your needed revenue, also your margins, as well as like what people are going to be willing to spend. So generally speaking, I think that the PS6 lands in a different category from what we're seeing. I'm slightly out of my depth here, so I'm speaking generally. I'm not giving you the specifics, but everything I've looked at has made it very clear they're focused on keeping production costs down on the PS6, which is then sort of an answer to what you're saying about price and about affordability, and because they did not expect people to buy the PlayStation 5 Pro in a similar way of demand or surge that you're seeing for like the base model of the PlayStation 5. If the PS6 is sharing graphics chiplets with AMD's consumer GPUs, then the economies of scale will be massive. Yes, so what Zubair just said is why I said I'm a little bit out of my depth. There are things at play here with their relationship with AMD and Project Amethyst that will certainly also be playing a role in keeping costs down. $599. I tell you what, let's just get to my script. And let's just talk about this. We need a video for the background. Let's see here. I think we'll just go with probably the PS5 Pro technical presentation hosted by Mark Cerny, I guess will work. Yeah. Okay. All right, so let's come back here. I'm going to turn off our fancy little goal here. We're now working on stretch goal for a Saturday stream, and it's a fancy little way to add members, so you guys just hold off on that while I'm doing this. I'll turn that off. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me get through this little script here, and I'm going to talk to you guys about this, and then we can discuss it. It might sound weird to say that I'm excited about a PS6 when, A, it has not been announced yet, and hang on a second, let's do this again. Because I lowered resolution yesterday when I was adding timestamps to my video, and I was like, holy crap, that video looks terrible. There we go. Yeah, let's talk about the next piece of console with a 450 low res image. Let's try that again, chat. Let's try that again. We're at King of the One Take here. You guys know how I like to do it. It might sound weird to say that I'm excited about the PS6 when A, it has not been announced by PlayStation yet, and B, we just got the PS5 Pro, but technology always moves forward, and when the PS5 Pro was first leaked, I felt it was signaling a very long view at the horizon for future PlayStation hardware. And since we've had reliable info coming from sources like Tom Henderson about the PS Portal when he reported about the Q Lite, that was the Portal, and the PS5 Pro, and even now we're getting a lot of info from Moore's Law is Dead, I thought it was time to weigh in and discuss. We're going to look at the PS6 specs, release timing, the design, and the PS6 price. So let's just start with the specs, okay? By now, you've probably seen videos and headlines saying things like PS6 with 5090 level performance, okay? And you might have thought, no way, or maybe you said, what's a 5090? In either case, some clarification is helpful here. I'm not a tech guy. I'm going to keep this easy to understand. Pulling from GamePost.com, they reported on Moore's Law is Dead's video. They said this: The insider claims the system could deliver a 2.5 to 3 times raster performance over PS5, but when it comes to ray tracing and path tracing, we're looking at a 6 to 12 times jump. When combining all of that with machine learning-based upscaling, the overall leap could be 4 to 8 times depending on the title. Now, you still might be asking, what the heck does that mean? Okay, well, listen. Okay, what it means is that the new raw performance jump from PS5 to PS6 is not going to be where the significant jump is. It is going to be in things like ray tracing, path tracing, AI upscaling. This is something that I have been really stressing a lot lately. Future hardware will not be focusing on just giving you more raw power. It certainly will. That will not be the focal point. Rather, they're going to focus on things like ray tracing, better upscaling. What these things will do is improve overall image quality and visual fidelity. Now, I think there's a lot of stigma surrounding upscaling as well as ray tracing. I think it's going to fade with time. Just like higher FPS, once you experience it, you know how impactful that can be. There were many people that always told me, like, I don't really need 60 FPS. I'm okay with 30. And then they experience 60 FPS and they can't go back. I'm going to continue to point to global illumination in Assassin's Creed Shadows as a great example of this. The PS5 Pro is able to run a very stable 60 FPS with global illumination turned on. And it truly makes AC Shadows one of the best looking games this gen. But just like 60 FPS versus 30 FPS, I think it's going to take time for gamers to experience this jump in visuals, and they're going to stop viewing ray tracing as a gimmick or a waste of resources. They're going to stop thinking that upscaling is generic or false and not real. It's not true resolution. I think people are going to think differently once they experience it. Now listen, I used to think the same thing about ray tracing, okay? Ray tracing helps devs in a significant way, and it also adds a huge visual lift to a game that's pretty undeniable. If you look at the side-by-sides of AC Shadows with GI, global illumination, with GI turned off and then turned on, it's a huge visual lift to the entire game because it's global. Now, first, the PlayStation 6, I think, these things that we're talking about are exciting for two reasons, okay? First, the PS6 is going to continue the trend of appealing to developers, right? This is inevitable, and I think it inevitably leads to better development timelines and better implementation of the tech and the features. That's something that PlayStation did this gen. It's what they did with the PS5 Pro, and we're already seeing great results. Second, I think this is a better trajectory for games. Focusing on tech that can enhance and lift image quality and visual fidelity is better than pushing for just more raw power. It should help with the price, which is the next thing that I'd like to talk about. Let's talk about the PS6 price. According to the same article that I just read a moment ago, they are speculating the price range will be $550 to $700, with $550 being an aggressive scenario and the higher end being a more greedy scenario. Now, the thing to remember here is that the initial launch and the reception of a new gen needs to see broad market appeal and reception. They need to move units. The recent price jump of the PS5 and the Pro was something that Sony was officially on record as wanting to avoid. They quite literally delayed it as long as they could. Now, I even spoke to somebody privately at Sony, and they said, listen, the lack of the price jump on accessories is another indicator that they don't want to just raise prices in a blanketed way, even though a lot of tech companies are doing that. Why? Well, it hurts demand and it hurts sales. I think this is another reason to be excited about the console. It shows that some of the fears about, well, Xbox is exiting traditional console space, it's going to let PlayStation do whatever they want. They're going to charge $1,000 for the next console. I think that's incredibly unlikely. Now, I myself originally thought, well, if the PS5 Pro is $700 and the current inflation trends, we're going to see a PlayStation 6 be like $900 or $1,000. Like, I was clearly wrong about that. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's good for everybody looking to snag a PS6 that market demand and broad market reach is important. PS5 Pro was never designed to have broad market reach and broad market appeal, and I think they're going to need that for a PS6. But what about the design? We're hearing things about the design. We're hearing about disk drive rumors. I've always said the PS5 is ugly. I think it looks like a Wi-Fi router from Sharper Image. Yes, some of you are probably too young to even know what Sharper Image is. Maybe you don't even go to shopping malls anymore. But the design of the PS6, the PS6 design, multiple sources have claimed that the PS6 will continue to approach the have that they have now, which is a detachable drive. Now, this is good for two reasons. First, it helps keep production costs down since they're making one model instead of two. They're not making a disk drive model and a digital model. They're basically making a digital model. Everybody's buying the digital model, whether it comes with the drive or you buy it later. That keeps production costs down. That's good for you, and that's good for me when it comes to the price. The second reason this is good, with the disk drive being detachable, it means that physical isn't going away next gen. And for some gamers and some markets, this is very, very good news. I have been almost 100% digital for a while now, but I know very many people, and there's even some markets, they really prize physical. And I don't want that to leave until it becomes counterproductive for the companies, because if they're spending too much money to do physical, they would end up passing that on to the consumer anyway, and you would probably have to shoulder the cost. So I want physical to last as long as it possibly can, even if I'm now sort of like, yeah, I'll just do it digitally. The other thing we're hearing from these leaks is that Sony is aiming at a much simpler physical design compared to the PS5. Now, if you look at the evolution from like the PlayStation 1 to the PlayStation 4, the PS5 is certainly something. I think it's ugly, but there's different opinions there. In any case, this isn't a huge deal, but I do like when electronics are more minimalistic and simple. I also like it when my electronics are black. Yes, I'll say it. They look nicer. My TV is black. DVD players traditionally, sound systems, speakers, they're usually black. And then you have this giant gaudy white thing on your entertainment center. So I would like it to be more form factor. Go back to that black, more simplistic, more utilitarian look that they had with the older PlayStations. But the real question that a lot of people are asking, when is the PlayStation 6 coming out? What is the PS6 release window? Well, the current info is claiming fall of 2027. This is the one part that I do not agree with. I just went on a rant about this in my live stream, so I'm going to throw it in here right now. GTA 6 in 2026 is going to finally move a lot of people off of the PS4. There's like 50 to 60 million people still booting up their PS4s, okay? According to their MAU reports that Sony has used. So a lot of people are finally going to switch for GTA 6. That also could mean that we finally see Call of Duty leave behind the PS4, and that'll get even more people. Anybody left, right, will also switch, because right now Call of Duty in 2025 is going to land on the PS4 again. So if you start to get those people to finally switch in 2026, 1 year later to walk out with a new PlayStation, I just think the timing there is very, very strange. Now, people are going to push back and say, but there's contracts, right? They're in contracts to order the hardware, to use the hardware, to make the hardware. Well, production is supposed to start in the middle of 2027 according to the leaks, okay? That doesn't mean you have to start shipping them and selling them. Nintendo Switch 2 just did this. The Nintendo Switch 2 was on pace to come out in 2024, and it didn't. They decided to push it back. Why? They wanted to make more units. They wanted to have more supply. The Switch 2 outsold the Switch 1, and many people said, well, it's because they made more units. That was a smart choice, right? Well, that means, that demonstrates that a company could decide to push a piece of hardware back even though production had already started, even though they already had units to sell. In 2024, Sony said they were entering the latter half of the gen. That was just last year, okay? I took that to mean there's at least like 4 more years. We're halfway through, right? Latter half, we're going into the second half. That's 4 more years. That would put us at 2028, not 2027. To say that in 2024, release a PS5 Pro late 2024, and just 3 years later, drop a new console feels incredibly fast to me. Let's also look at how they handled the PS4 Pro. The PS4 Pro releases in November of 2016, and then 4 years later, the PS5 releases. I think the same thing is going to happen this time. PS5 Pro hits in 2024. 4 years later comes the PS6. That would make 2028 the release window. Now, the reason that I think this is the most flexible thing is, because a lot of these leaks with hardware, a lot of the stuff is very solid. But the thing that's always fluid, the thing that's always flexible is the release window. Look at the Switch 2 is what I'm talking about. Like everything we heard about the Switch 2 with the hardware and the screen and everything else, all that was pretty rock solid. But the one thing that was flexible was the release date. Now, fair pushback would be, well, the one guy did the interview after the PS5 Pro, and he said, listen, we can spin up tech like this faster now, maybe 3 to 5 years. So maybe they are looking to shrink that window of time when the PS6 comes out after the PS5 Pro. That could happen with the PlayStation 6. There's just a big part of me that feels they're really going to want to get one more year out of the PS5 saturation, given what's going to happen in 2026 with GTA and getting people to move. We also know that first year of distribution for the PS5 was challenging because of the pandemic. Time will tell, but whenever it lands, the rest of the info sounds very promising and exciting. I'm anxious to see what are studios like Naughty Dog and Guerrilla and Santa Monica and Insomniac, what are they going to do with this new tech? I mean, if you're already looking at some of the things they're doing with the PS5 Pro, this is the same idea and the same type of tech that we're going to see in the PS6. AI upscaling, ray tracing, path tracing, getting better versions of all those things. I'm all for that. But that's just what I think. I'd love to know what you think. There you go. That's my best case for, price debate, release timing debate, all those things. What do you guys think? When do you think we're getting it? If you've been enjoying your time today with the talk show, do me a big favor. Hit that like button. Get us to 300 likes. I greatly appreciate you guys so much being here. Greatly done. Thank you. Did you press record? I did. I did press record. I was glad I changed the quality of the video. That would have been a darn shame to get all the way through that and be like, oops, the video behind me looked like crap. The difference between the PS5 and the PS5 Pro is so minimal that it's not worth it. I don't agree with you at all. I doubled my frame rate, and I think that's always worth it. I've never been able to do that with a PC for, $700. I've never been able to upgrade my PC and double my frame rate for $700. So for me personally, it was a great decision. It was an easy win for somebody like me that I want everything running at 60. Is it the same frame rate? No, I doubled my frame rate. Yeah. Because if I would have chosen the fidelity modes and the ray tracing modes on the PS5, it would have been 30. So I doubled my frame rate. Like, if I had a PC and I turned all that stuff on and I was getting 30 FPS and I upgraded my PC and I got to leave all that, if I got to leave all that stuff on and I doubled my frame rate, give it to me. Give it to me. Would you play on performance mode so it's the same? No, it's not the same. No. I was always having to choose the version that had less stuff. I was always having to choose the version that had less lighting and less resolution, and I don't have to do that now. So I was able to double my frame rate. I'm able to pick the good stuff and get double the frame rate. That to me is worth it. Going into games and having to turn stuff off, turn lighting off, turn textures down, right? Not having to do that and having your frame rate double, that is a huge win. I've always had to do that on a PC. I've been fiddling with PC optimization since Quake 2, right? Not having to do that, being like, yeah, just give me the ray tracing. Give me the fidelity mode. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. That to me is, there you go. Wheezy's got his Switch 2. Congrats, brother. I'm just saying I play on performance anyway. I never cared how something looked. Right, which means it wouldn't be worth it to you. It's worth it to me because I started to see the value of ray tracing, right? I got to see the value of ray tracing. I got to see the value of what it does to the fidelity and the image quality. And I get to turn that on and double the frame rate. That's a huge win for me. That was always a bummer when you would see these amazing still shots of a game and I knew I have to turn that stuff off. You know what I mean? It's like I have to turn that stuff off because I'm going to run performance mode. Either Lono got to double his frame rate or his games got way prettier, one way or the other. Yeah. Yeah. To me, I think it's well worth it. And if it's not worth it to you, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. I'm not going to try to convince you that it's worth it to you because we're different consumers with different desires. RTX 5080 9800 X3D allows me to maximize all settings 4K 120. I don't miss console. I mean, I think the same CPU as you and a 5070 Ti, and I love my Pro. Different strokes for different folks. I love being able to play on my couch. I put in 20 hours into Borderlands 4, sitting on my couch with my wife, eating popcorn and laughing. When am I going to do that in here? With desk chairs and monitors? No, thank you. No, thank you. Will you make the decision to buy a PS6 as a value proposition, or you need one because you're a content creator? It's a bit of a Venn diagram, isn't it, Minch? It's both. It's both. Because, I certainly, before, when I was just playing Destiny, I didn't need the latest and greatest anything. And I would say, when I saw the Project Scarlet marketing, that was the kind of gamer I was back then, though. I was all about the frame rate. So even before, I was thinking about, I want good image quality. I want to use AV1. I want to increase my bit rate. I want to have this, that, and the third as a streamer. Even before I thought that way, I still wanted more frames. It's why I started playing Destiny on PC, because I wanted the frames. I didn't go to PC because I was like, I have to have the latest and greatest as a content creator. It was like, no, I want the more frames. It was an easy decision. I went, see Lou, thank you for 29 months. Let me add to the total. 504. Thank you, sir. We're trying to get to 750 before the end of the day, boys. Let's get to 300 likes. We only need 30 more likes. Hit that thumbs up. I went to the Destiny 2 premiere in California in 2017. I played Destiny on a PS4 Pro, and I played it on a PC. And I was like, the FOV was better, the frame rate was better. None of that was motivated as a content creator. It was, this is better, I want this. So there is still a huge part of me that would be like, give me the PS6, it's better, I want this. But there's also a part of it that, yeah, I'm a content creator. I want to get it and show it off and talk to people about it, like I did with the Pro. It's both. Like I said, it's like a Venn diagram. I knew Stone Spire was going to do it. It's 505. Grant this man his wish. He wants a 20 bomb to 525. I will owe that platform. I currently owe 4 members to Team YouTube. I will owe you guys a 5 bomb. Come on, let's do it. Let's grant this man his wish. Somebody's been waiting. When I upgraded to 5090, only because I needed to push Cyberpunk to the max, but the Pro really is good. It's doing an amazing job. It just comes down. Yeah, it always is going to come down to like what you want to do and how you're going to do it. Spider-Man 2 is not that different from PC. Only max FOV makes Spidey run faster. Here's something I'll say as well. The difference between everything turned on to max settings on a PC, like right now when I play Borderlands, or like if I were to play Horizon Forbidden West on my 5070 Ti, right? The difference between that turned all the way up and me playing Horizon Forbidden West on my Pro in my living room, the difference is there, but for me personally, it's not a compelling enough difference to be like, oh, I absolutely can only play there. Does that make sense? Like, the difference between 60 FPS and 30 FPS is so stark, I can't play a game at 30. I can't do it. The difference between Horizon Forbidden West on my really nice PC and Horizon Forbidden West on my Pro, the difference, yeah, my PC wins every time, but the difference isn't strong enough for me to be like, I can only play games on my PC and crank everything. I don't experience the difference to the same degree. It's like, well, no, yeah, I can see it, sure. But I'm not like playing in my living room going, oh, this is ugly, this looks terrible. If you go from 60 to 30, it's like jarring. You almost immediately notice. It feels like it's like stuttering. It feels almost like it's blurry. I heard a rumored price the PS6 could be as high as $1,200. That's completely made up. I've not seen that anywhere from any of the sources that have spoken about this that have even like a modicum amount of authority. So I'm not sure who said that, but I haven't seen a single thing that has said that. That just now is the first time I've seen it. You typing it in my chat. That's a fair consumption. Is obviously I'm not a couch gamer, so my preference will always be PC. Oh yeah, if you like to sit at the desk and you got the monitor, you know, and you got everything like really, really pristine looking, like I do this, right? Like I've got my studio set up to look really nice. Some of you guys, your desk and your computer and the RGB and all that, I mean, you got that thing looking really, really nice. Well, of course, like that's, you know, that makes sense. You want to be at the desk. You got that monitor, you got everything tweaked and looking nice, you know, especially if you like mouse and keyboard. Is the PS6 going to be 120? I would imagine with improving and upscaling, yes, I think they'll feature a lot of modes that are 120. I think the focus is going to be, this is what I think the focus of the PS6 is going to be. That the standard baseline experience for most people will be a high fidelity 60 FPS experience with as much ray tracing and path tracing that they can afford to give you. That's what I think they're going to try to do. They're going to create headroom with the upscaling. They're going to make the ray tracing and the path tracing better. There it is. Joker Quinn is giving you guys so much time. He's actually being a lot more generous with his ruining efforts, and he comes in and ruins it. It's now 5:06. Excuse me. If you guys want a different incentive, if you would prefer like the Saturday stream to be a community game night, like a Jackbox or something, or Fall Guys or something, let me know if you think that's a better incentive. If like pushing this to the stretch goal that like Creature created this cool little tool now, if that to you is more exciting, let me know. Just let me know if you guys have suggestions in the Discord or things like that. If there's other things you guys would like to do, I'm happy to oblige. And we need 25 more likes on the video, guys. Make sure and hit that thumbs up button. So that's what I think they're going to do. I think their primary target is going to be 60 FPS with, you know, high fidelity on the res. They're going to use the upscaling, and they're going to give you as much ray tracing and path tracing as they can without sacrificing the FPS. And I'm DeCrow76 comes in with the 5 and takes it to 511. It's 136 to 19. Purple getting left in the dust again. What I would like from the PS6 is to be able to plug in 2 PS portals and play from the console like that. I know Sony could do it. The VR works through... Wait. Can you explain why you want that? I don't understand. Why would you want to plug a portal into the console to use as a control? I'm not understanding what you're saying. Would you be looking at the portal or using it as a controller or like a secondary screen? I don't think I'm understanding what you're wanting there. I heard it's going to be $3,497.99. That's right. You want it as a second screen? Yeah, I mean, It'd be pretty cool. I mean, I'll admit to you, if I was sitting comfortably on my couch, like resting the Portal in my lap, and I was playing Borderlands, and like I just had my inventory pulled up on that screen and could like touch and drag or something, like, oh, I just got a bunch of loot. All right, here, let me take all these white ones and let me throw those on the ground. I've got rooms for, greens and blues now. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, like how they did stuff like that with like the Dreamcast controller, or the Wii U was terrible, but like the idea of the Wii U, that could certainly be cool as a second screen. I don't know if the dev time to make that work would be worth it, because you have to remember something. The developer, like Gearbox, would have to do that. They would have to create that code, those lines of code, to enable you to do that, to enable you to simultaneously be in your inventory and not. Can you tell everybody that building a PC isn't so bad when you buy one part at a time? I used to feel like I could never afford a PC. I'm not going to tell them something that's your opinion. That's not my opinion. I don't think building a PC, buying one part over a time, is something that I would recommend to people. I wouldn't recommend or endorse that. That's a very particular thing that you have to be willing to do. Number one, you have to know what you're doing. Number two, you have to be willing to wait. Number three, you have to know the avenues to go to get the best prices. Number four, you've got to be adept enough to build the dadgum thing. Like, I'm not going to advocate for that at all. That's a very particular way of doing it, which if you did it, great. That is absolutely not something that I would advocate to the average person. If it was good for you. I mean, I'm glad you did it and had a good time. I used to do that back in the day. I built PCs in high school and college, and then eventually I got tired of it, and I don't do it anymore. A lot of y'all that come in here and like you want to look down at me because I like the console over PC game. Like, I was building PCs when like you were playing with blocks, okay? Like, it's not a question of like ability, it's a question of desire. A lot of people don't want to do that. I feel you had to watch YouTube tutorials and had to help with a friend. Right, and that was a great experience for you, but there are so many people that would never want to do that. I don't want to do that. I already paused them, Petrov. Chill. Like, I've got a rig next to me that I stream on, pre-built, that I bought. I got a rig back there that I play games on, pre-built. Like, I don't want to do any of that. But you paid more. You bet your butt I did, and I didn't spend a minute fiddling with anything. I plugged things in, and I pressed a power button. That is worth the extra money that I spent. And in the current economy of PC parts, I actually didn't spend nearly as much more as you would in the past. I spent more, but it wasn't exorbitant in comparison to like, well, you could have built it for this much. Well, yeah, I could have saved some, sure. But to me, I was like, plug, kaboop. Hey, it's on. That was it. That was what I did. You're not going to convince me to buy a PS6, and you're not going to convince most of Lono's chat to buy a PC. I would say you could convince some of them to buy one Wii's. I don't think you're going to convince them to build one. Yeah, I don't think you're going to convince them to build one. You could convince people that like, hey, if there's a good deal, or if you find the ones that I found, and you've got the scratch to do it, you might convince some people that like, yeah, the PC experience I've had playing Borderlands has actually been kind of nice to have a rig that that can kind of glide over the problems, but it wasn't cheap. It was also a business expense. Pre-builts are more expensive. Yeah, I know. I just said that multiple times. What I'm saying is it was worth it. It was worth every red cent that I spent. I wasn't in my office getting frustrated, hoping that I don't break anything. And I know you can't. I know it's Legos. Listen, I know this is adult Legos. I know. I didn't have to do it, though. That's the point. It isn't that complicated. It isn't as bad as people make it out to be. You're right. But it's a perception. It's all about perception. Imagine that you don't really like roller coasters. And someone's like, but the line's not that long. You're like, I don't care. I don't really like roller coasters. So the perception of being in line is going to be magnified by the person that's like, I don't really like the roller coaster. So this line is only 45 minutes long. That feels like an eternity. But to the person who loves roller coasters, the 45 minutes is no big deal. To you, it's no big deal to buy one part at a time, watch tutorials, figure stuff out, plug this in, plug that in. To you, like, oh, that's fun. To me, that's misery. I don't want to do that for a minute. That sounds awful to me. That sounds like work. Do you know what I'm saying? It's all about perception. I don't think I would ever, and maybe I've spoken about this in a way that it sounds like that's what I was saying. I don't think I've ever intended to act like objectively it's bad to do that or not good to do that. It's like, no, my perception is that sounds like a terrible time. It took 2 days to build, it sucked. Okay, so for you, it took 2 days to build. You're saying it sucked. You know what that would have felt like to me? That would have felt like a prison sentence. I'd have been like, I can't do any of the stuff I want to do. I'm just down here in my dadgum office. Like, I'd have hated every minute of that. I'd have been furious. I still don't agree with him. A slower transition between generations is not consoles failing. Okay, the reason Chris Dring is getting a lot of pushback on his game business headline is read what he said, Paul. He said the number of active PS5 and Xbox Series consoles will be 14 million behind what the PS4 and Xbox One achieved. What he's failing to tell you with that headline is only 2 of the 14 million, only 2 million of that is PS5, and they're looking to be on pace to make up the difference. 12 million of that is the Xbox. So when he's coupling those two together, it's super misleading, bro. I like Chris Dring, and I feel like he's gotten a lot of heat over the years that wasn't fair because he would just like come back from the GDC and say something. But he's trying to claim it's indicative of the market, but he's doing it by smuggling them in together to be like, look how far behind they are. And it's like, no. One platform is disproportionately behind, which is more indicative of what they did as a platform. He's trying to represent the market. It's super. I think that's some of the worst data analysis I've ever seen from him. I'm like, this is terrible, Chris. This isn't indicative of a trend in the market. And the reasons that the PS5 is lagging behind PS4 are entirely different than the reasons that the Xbox is. So coupling them together, it's so misleading. I'm so disappointed in that choice that he made. I told people, when he started the games business thing, I was like, oh, support him. I like Chris Dring. I like what he does. And I saw that tweet and I'm like, buddy, come on. You know what you're doing. You knew you were going to get a bunch of people yelling at you because it's super misleading. You're trying to represent the market as a whole, and both of those companies have very different totals and very different reasons why their consoles are behind. PS5 is behind the PS4 because there has not been a mid-gen price drop that they're able to use as a ride for a boost in the second half. They haven't been able to do that. They anticipated a slowdown in PS5 sales because of this. They have said this internally. So he's not representing the data well at all. He isn't. 12 million of the 14 million's Xbox. That's significant. That's significant. That's what he should be talking about. Not acting like, consoles are dying. Look at what consoles are doing. And it's like, what? Nintendo just broke records. What the frick are you talking about? PlayStation's surprised that they're keeping pace with PS4 or within reach of PS4. They're surprised. They didn't expect it because they weren't able to drop the price. It's very, very bad data analysis from him. It's interpreting the data in the way that he's interpreting, I think, is very, very is not. It's so. I don't like it. I don't think it's fair or accurate. What does it matter if people are still gaming on the PS4? PS5 to 6 is going to have an even slower transition. What you're saying is a non sequitur. It has nothing logically to do with what he's saying. the PS5 adoption rate from PS4 being slightly slower, with trajectories looking like it will catch up, repudiating what you just said and what he's claiming, that it could catch up. So there's analysis that looks like it could catch up, which would make his analysis completely defunct as well as your own. Second, the reasons are different. PS5 didn't get to do the mid-gen price drop. They internally anticipated this slowing PS5 sales. So this idea that like, oh yeah, console, look how bad consoles are doing, but you got a couple PlayStation and Xbox together, that is not a representation of the market. Xbox has particular reasons why they have fallen so woefully behind. Watch the segment, that's not the point. I'm not watching the segment. I'm reading a tweet that gets people to click, and the headline is what I'm taking issue with. It says, the number of active PS5 and Xbox Series consoles will be 14 million behind what the PS4 and the Xbox One achieved during the same period in their cycle. Coupling those two together is an egregious form of misrepresentation. They are not together significantly that far behind. Xbox is 12 million of that 14 million. It's completely, it's not a good way to get people to click on your article. I don't agree with it. I like Dring and I like what he does. He is deserving of the smoke right now. That is extremely misleading. That is not representative of the market, because PlayStation's slower sales by 2 million is not the same as why Xbox is. His overall argument's correct. Because of the way he framed it, I have no interest in watching it. I don't want to give platform to it because he framed it in a way that's misleading. If PS5 adoption is close to PS4 adoption and so many are playing on PS4 still, the PlayStation platform seems pretty healthy to me. Their MAUs are good, the profits are higher than ever. Right. Well, and the other thing to consider is there were people doing the thing, waiting for that mid-gen jump. I'm sorry, not jump. They were waiting for the mid-gen drop to jump. They were going to jump when the mid-gen drop came, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Internally, PlayStation anticipated that being a cause of slow, and they were surprised they were so close to PS4. So again, this idea that like, yeah, people, you know, it's a huge slowdown. It's like, well, yeah, it's a huge slowdown when you attach PlayStation to Xbox. Like, they both handled this gen completely differently. Like, one's coming out of this gets really complex. Okay, think about it like this. One is coming out of an incredibly strong gen as well. PlayStation's coming out of the PS4, which did incredibly well for them. Xbox is coming out of a failed gen into another failed gen. So obviously, yes, when you're looking at like year over year and trajectories, it's going to be extremely hard for PS5 to maintain pace with PS4 because of how well the PS4 did, especially without the mid-gen price drop. So again, without considering those particulars, it's easy to be like, yeah, people just aren't buying consoles. You're also ignoring the fact that like 20% of the people who bought a PS5 are new to PlayStation. The new user acquisition that strong, and they're hitting MAU records. Do you know what that means? They're getting people to buy PlayStations that didn't previously have one, while there are people who still haven't jumped from PS4. And you're going to try to argue that that means that like it's slowing down. The data doesn't agree with that. How are you getting new MAUs, new record MAU numbers, and new user acquisition on the PlayStation 5 if that's true? The only way you paint that picture is by attaching them to Xbox and saying, yep, they're 14 million behind. You suspect. AOZ with 38 months in a VIP. Imagine if the tariffs didn't happen. Right. Did you look at his data? I am looking at a headline that doesn't accurately represent what's going on. And if his data does not include new user acquisition reports from Sony, if it doesn't include the internal info that I was told about how they were impressed that the PS5 was holding pace with PS4 because they didn't get to do the mid-gen price jump, if it doesn't have any of that information, then I'm not really interested. His headline is enough reason for me to not watch or click. I don't like engaging in this type of thing. We've been here before. And you guys are like, but I watched it. It's actually pretty good. If you frame it in that way, not interested. If it doesn't include the record MAUs, not interested. It's slanted. It's out of the gate. It's slanted coverage, which I'm not interested in. We've gotten so much of this gen. It's been very, very frustrating. There's always this like sliding things off the table to paint this picture, and it's like, how is the Switch doing what it's doing? How is PS5 maintaining pace the way that it's maintaining pace? How is any of that happening if this picture that everybody's painting is happening? None of that makes sense. How do you get 20% new user acquisition? How do you do that if what they're claiming is true? None of those things should be possible if this picture that they're painting is true. FUD's been in overdrive since 2020. You would see global ramifications if these predictions were true. You would see the Switch 2 dealing with it. You would see the PlayStation dealing with it with respect to MAUs and new user acquisitions. If you're going to go to like, the PS4 adoption rate's been slower, but if you're hitting record MAUs and getting new user acquisition on the PS5, I would argue that would mean they're actually doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're growing their user base by maintaining as well as growing with the new hardware. That shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't. These people should be riding off into the sunset and buying PCs or no longer gaming if what we're hearing is true. Saying everyone's having an issue. What's he saying is going on about the memory leak? Because there is, I'm experiencing the memory leak every time I play. Is the memory leak only happening on the Pro? I thought the memory leak was happening everywhere. I had the memory leak happen to me on my PC in Borderlands. I literally could tell that it was happening. My frame rate got really bad. I had been playing for a while, and then it caused the game to crash. I went up to a vault, and my game crashed. I didn't think the memory leak was... Are people claiming that the memory leak is specific to the Pro? I thought for sure we saw footage of it happening on Series S as well. Like, the longer they played, the worse it got. I could be incorrect. If I'm incorrect, then I'm happy to be corrected. But my understanding was the memory leak in Borderlands was basically happening on every platform. If you play long enough, it's going to start to run bad. Yeah, every platform is happening everywhere. Yeah, as far as I could tell, it was intrinsic to the game itself. A member plus from Josh at 13 months. Hey, Lono, haven't been able to tune in for a while. Hope you are well. Thank you. We're at 513 on the week. Data from Ampere says that when it comes to teens and young adults, this group are still using consoles as much today as they were a few years back. However, there is a moderate shift in the share of console players aged between 25 to 44 into the older age range. So a lot of the analysis about age brackets and behavior in gaming, I also think a lot of that analysis is terrible. Terrible. You talk about baked-in, unfounded presumptions. If you just think base-level argumentation, okay, just baked-in presumptions. Oh, well, teens are playing here, and they're like, so they're not going to be doing this in the future. They won't be playing on PC and console. And I'm like, whoa. There's a baked-in presumption in your argumentation. You're presuming that they won't change. How could you possibly presume that? I don't engage in TV, media, or video games even remotely the same way that I did when I was a teenager. I've literally watched kids do that as they get older. They go from just like phone-addled gaming to playing on a PC. iPad-addled gaming to playing on a PlayStation. The idea that like that demographic isn't going to change the way they engage with gaming is some of the worst analysis I've seen. It's like, yeah, they're doing that now. That doesn't mean they're going to stay there. Like, what? You don't think they'll ever have a desire to do something else? They're just going to, for the rest of their lives, they're going to be 38. They're like, yeah, dude, I just got to get a little bit stronger in Clash of Clans 9. Come on, they're gonna change the way they engage with the medium. The question is, can and how can you get them to switch, and how? Like, at what point would they switch over? And would they be like, yeah, I don't really enjoy doing the whole mobile sort of throwaway, silly, whatever kind of gaming that they're engaging with? You know, will they switch over, and how could you get them to? Like, my nephews were huge, constantly on their phones and their iPads. And now one of them plays a bunch of Siege on PC, and the other got a PS5, and he's beat games like Lies of P and Spider-Man. Like, their palates changed. Some of it's exposure. My one nephew started seeing some of the games I was playing, started looking at my library when I brought my PlayStation to town, and he decided that he wanted one. My older nephew, he got into circles and around some bros that were playing Rainbow Six Siege. So he started playing, and he wanted to get a PC because that's where they played. So, like, if that's all it took for these young men, well, it's anecdotal for sure. But if that's all it took for these young men to change their gaming habits, this idea that kids are like locked in and like that's where they're going to play, it's like, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Like, are they going to stay there forever? Probably not. What it tells me is they like to game. They're gamers. They get exposed to the right game. They'll switch where they play. They'll switch to PC. They'll switch to console. Whatever. All it takes is the right game. All it takes is the right trailer. For goodness sakes. If they constantly are on their phones and they're constantly dealing with, you know, trailers, ads, YouTube, what have you, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they see a trailer for a game and they're like, oh, that looks dope. I want to play that. And it'll be a PC game. It'll be, you know, a console game. My cousins wanted a PC because they watch KCO play indie games. There you go. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, all it's going to take is the right thing. I don't think they're going to stay there for forever. If your general trend of teens are playing here, the question you have to ask yourself is, what are they going to do in their 20s? Like, are they just going to keep doing that? And I just don't think that they are. I think a lot of them are going to switch to other mediums, whether that's PC or console remains to be seen. Some of that depends on demographics. Some of that depends on where they live, right? If they live in China, and as a kid they did a lot of gaming on their mobile, we know the trend there will likely be PC. In America, there's a high probability they end up with a PlayStation or a Switch. Or a PC. PC's in the mix there. But, like, there's just going to be certain, you know, countries and trends that'll go in one direction versus another. What are they going to do when they want to play a AAA game? I doubt the indie PC would be enough for that. Well, it depends. I mean, it depends. Well-optimized AAA games can, you know, you can usually, you know, drop settings down and have a reasonable experience. Let me take a peek at something here. Okay, yeah, I don't think we have anything. Okay. Reasonable like BL4. No. BL4 is not an example of what I'm talking about. It's not. I don't know, I feel like the last generation did the same thing. When I was younger, I was always about the handhelds until I realized that multiplayer games with the bros were what mattered. These used to be my main gaming consoles. Yeah, like Fuzzy's got a picture of a Game Boy Color and a Tiger X-Men game. You guys remember those Tiger games? My children have gone through a very similar thing. They played a couple of silly mobile games. You know, they tried them out. And then iPad games. And now they're going through a phase with Fortnite. My daughter couldn't stop playing the Bob Ross Fortnite game. She maxed out everything in her house and bought everything. And the games that people are coming up with are they're not great. But they like them. My son likes, I've been muted in the Discord all morning. My son likes to play Battle Royale. He likes that in Fortnite. So they're going through a bit of a Fortnite craze right now. Yeah. I was thinking this weekend of getting them to try out this game that's sort of like getting a bit of an uptick in attention called Wobbly Life. They just added this space station update, and I'm seeing a bunch of people talk about it. I might try to convince them to play that. That one could be cool. Sometimes those games they're so frivolous and throwaway that, they're not that exciting, but like it just hit an all-time peak on Steam of like 8,000 players. I've been seeing people talk about it and that the update's pretty good. Yeah, they're going to get people to sell stuff in their games. Yeah, I've seen that. Mm-hmm. This seems like a chill, positive, interactive stream. Subscribe. Well, I appreciate that, Kaio. Thank you for being here. We stream Monday through Friday. We talk about all varying degrees of topics. So appreciate you being here. My son loves Wobbly Life. Yeah, I mean, I've all of a sudden I was just seeing it everywhere. Oh man. Has your daughter played Stardew Valley? It feels like a great game for kids to play. I still love it. I could certainly, float it by her. She tried a game called Tiny Cats that was pretty cool. It was like a find the cat in the picture game. It was pretty neat. She liked it for, an hour, and then she went back to Fortnite. She was like, oh, and it was actually kind of cute. So she's playing this level, and there's 2 cats that she still hasn't found. She finally realized that you could zoom in and out on the picture, which is how she found them, because they were too small to find zoomed out. And she was like, oh, I want to play Fortnite. And my son was like, well, just play Fortnite then. She was like, I can't. She's like, I need to find these last 2 cats. So, like, it was kind of adorable because I so resonated with what she felt. It was like, I need to find these last 2 before I can move on. Like, she's like, I'm not going to move on to Fortnite until I get these final 2 cats. And sure enough, she did. She found those 2 cats. She found those 2 final cats, and then she booted up Fortnite. It's pretty funny. I was like, I know exactly what that feels like. You don't want to put the thing down. Like, you're so close. I remember going through that in like No Man's Sky. I would be like on a planet, and I would have to find like 2 more of the animals, or like 1 more of the animals to get like the achievement or whatever. Like, you get like currency, and I'm like, I can't leave until I find it. And it was almost always one in the water or in the sky. The trophy hunter in the making. Yeah. Feels like it. She might end up. She might end up being like, I gotta get the trophy. I gotta get the platinum. Game Boy Color was goated. I had a purple one. It wasn't the see-through one in the Discord. It was like just the flat color purple one. And I played a lot of Pokemon Blue on it. Yeah, I played a lot of Pokemon Blue on it. It was fun. Well, boys, we 12 more likes, and we are definitely well off topic now. So we could just maybe go and see if there's anything going on to react to talk about, to discuss. If you guys are seeing anything in the news cycles Somebody says Jeff Grubb is saying no news on Bloodborne. Why would there have been news on Bloodborne? Why were you anticipating that? Did you know about grappling the water, bubbling for loot? Yeah. Yeah. My wife did it the other night. Yep. Perishing? Oh, is it playing? Oh, no, it's not. This is Death to Venom. No news on Silksong 2. He said perishing? Somebody in chat said perishing? Silksong has a multiplayer mod. It does? That would be so fun to suffer with another person. Let's both fail and die together. Plus an extra hard mode. How do they make it extra hard? Do they make you wear a blindfold? Goodness gracious. You know what I mean? It already is freaking hard. You know what I mean? The best hand grenade in the game is only available by fishing? Really? I had a purple shotgun in Borderlands, and it might as well have been a legendary. I don't know why it was so strong. I don't know if it was genuinely bugged or busted. I was one-shotting like everything. I was like 2 and 3 shotting the badasses. Like, I could not believe how strong it was. I could not believe it. It's like, I don't know. It was just blasting through everything. How's that everything gets a giant dong mod? Yeah. Sadly, eventually the shotgun, lost its footing as we got higher and higher in level and we encountered enemies that were stronger and stronger. But man, it was cooking for a while. And it was just a purple shotgun. Like, it was just, I don't even know. It was a Torg. My wife had one. When are the Silent Hill reviews out? I don't know. Are you playing on normal and hard on BL4? Hard makes elemental damage matter a bit more. I'm playing on normal. Yeah. Yeah, I'm playing on normal. I've had some exceptional guns be purple and blue even, but then you out-level them. You enjoying Borderlands? I'm loving it. My wife and I are like somewhere between 18 and 20 hours. I mean, we're staying up way too late every night playing it, We'll play some more tonight for you guys. You guys hit the goal for the week. The next goal that you guys could hit is to do another one on Saturday. If you guys just want to hang with us and watch us play some more Borderlands. She's funny, man. She's funny when we're playing. She'll get real mad at me if I kill anybody that she's shooting. She's like, "That was mine," and I'm like, "Did you want help or not?" Will you play Silent Hill F, or is it too violent? I don't have a problem with violence. Yeah, I don't have a problem with violence at all. I actually don't like those games. I played the Silent Hill 2 remake and I was bored. We talked about this a little bit today in Morning Coffee, which is a great reason to be a member to the channel. Yeah. I don't know. Survival horror doesn't land on me. It just doesn't land on me. Like, I can see the appeal. I can see why people like it. But it doesn't land on me. I don't enjoy them. My big thing right now is I love, action-based games. If there's a good parry and a dodge, man, Frick working on a Friday. Push through, Mike. If we get the goal, Lono will assemble a PC live on stream. New Dying Light just dropped. Yeah, I had no interest in it. I played so much Dying Light and Dead Island back in the day. I'm so burned out on games like that, and I do not like first-person melee. It does something to me. It drives me nuts. I don't like it. So I saw trailers for it, and I was like, a $2 super chat from J Hart. Combined with Tom Brady and I, we have 7 Super Bowls. That's good. That's good, J Hart. Between the two of us, me and Tom Brady, we got a lot of Super Bowls. So I think things are going well. Things are going really well for me. Oh, that's good. Scammers are now impersonating major game press outlets to steal Steam keys. Oh, wow. That's hilarious. Why am I hearing so much bad publicity for Borderlands 4? Well, it has performance issues. So there's that. Beyond having performance issues, Randy Pitchford has made it worse. He's going on a warpath of being combative on Twitter. I don't quite understand what his point is, like what he hopes to achieve. Yeah. If I had the chance to interview him, I would say, I'm not going to be critical of anything you're doing. No judgment, just questions. What do you hope to achieve by what you're doing on Twitter? Like, what's your goal? Like, best possible outcome. What do you hope happens? He would answer. And I would say, do you think you're achieving that goal? That's it. Those are my 2 questions for Randy Pitchford. What are you hoping to achieve here? Best case scenario, all this arguing on Twitter. What's your hope? What's best case scenario? Okay. Do you think you're achieving that? That's it. Just a couple of questions to cause a little bit of self-reflection, just to be like, are you, this is something that I've tried to do with my own content. Like, if I'm trying to achieve certain goals as a content creator and live streamer, I need to make sure I'm doing things that are conducive to that goal. And I was doing things that weren't conducive to that goal. So I've worked to stop doing those things. You know, yeah, I want people to come in and have a great community and good conversations about gaming. Okay, well, there's certain things I can do that'll help that, and there are certain things I can do that'll hurt that. And I would say that, you know, the way that he's handled this and the way that he's approached this, there's not a snowball's chance in hell he's achieving whatever goal he's hoping to set out to achieve. There's just no way. Best possible goal is education, and no, he's not achieving that because platform warriors never change. But that's not the issue he's dealing with. He's not dealing with platform warriors. He's dealing with people that are like, hey, you know, we would just like these things to be fixed and acknowledge that they need to be fixed. And he's making it like an us versus them thing. He's making it like you've got to, you know, come to grips with this or come to grips with that or be willing to turn this thing on or that thing on or whatever. And it's just like, I do not think he's not even really doing a good job of educating people. I'm not even like a PC master race guy. And I'm like, some of the stuff he's saying is ridiculous. Yeah, delicate snowball's chance in hell. That's right. According to Jeff Grubb, nothing is happening with Bloodborne. Quote, checked in on it relatively recently and kind of continue to hear nothing is happening with Bloodborne, so don't expect that. Okay. He's basically yelling back at people yelling at his building from across the street. I mean, pretty much. I would say a lot of what it is a failure to realize that you can't quite tell the difference between somebody who's providing genuine feedback and trying to like help and someone who's just like wanting somebody to yell at, right? Sometimes it's both. Right? He hasn't done much tweeting. I will say that. He replied to the great investigator over there at Forbes. He's really good at investigating things. He replies to a blogger over there at Forbes on September the 17th. So that's 2 days ago. He replied to somebody on September the 17th and said, can you report how this affected your FPS? Also, let me know if you notice any visual side effects of it being off. So he's replying to somebody there about performance. And then a cool map, shift codes, finished Borderlands 4 tweet. He retweeted somebody. Go team, shift codes. So he stopped, as far as I can tell. So for the last 2 days, he hasn't been doing it. He hasn't done it today. He didn't do it on the 18th. And on the 17th, like, he basically stopped at a certain point on the 17th. Like, when was the last thing that he sent on the 17th? On the 17th, when he replied to that guy, it was at 3 in the afternoon. So halfway through the 17th, he stopped, and he hasn't done it since. And so the hope would be that he's done. That somebody finally got in his ear and said, listen, man, listen, this isn't helping. Your freaking team is trying to fix this and make this right, and you're pouring gas on the fire, you know? What's the combo right now? We're all over the place. Borderlands, Randy Pitchford. There's no set topic now. We've been going for almost 3 hours, and we're not really on any topic now. We also talked about, the timing of the PS6. We talked about, we got some plans next week. We got the embargo on Yote. We've got Hades 2 is next week. I did play Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Now that the 1.0 has dropped, I played the opening yesterday. So fun. So fun. Well worth checking that game out. You guys know me. I don't like to play games in here on my PC, and I have put 17 hours into Deep Rock Galactic Survivor on Steam. So, I missed why you were excited for the PS6 leaks. Basically, I would say, if I can give you the Cliff's Notes, they're focusing on the things that I think matter most, which is a lift in visual fidelity and quality with ray tracing, path tracing, upscaling. They're working to keep production costs down, and they're making the platform appealing to developers. Yeah. Are we doing more Borderlands 4 today? All right, here's the dilemma I have with Borderlands 4. I'm really enjoying playing with my wife on the couch. And I really, really worry that it's counterproductive and not helpful for me to play Borderlands 4 on PC and to be doing all of the same things I'm doing with her. So I don't think there's any reason for me to continue my PC gameplay. I just don't. I'm enjoying my play sessions with her more because I know that I'm not just doing the exact same thing that I've already done on PC. Like playing 2 saves in tandem, it's rough. It's really rough. It's like, yeah, I already did this. Yeah, I already did this. Yeah, I already did this. Like, her and I are right now to the point where I'm going to fight that boss that I played with you guys. And then after that, everything will be new. I want to save that for us, and I don't want to burn out on a game that her and I love. We love BL1 and 2 in the pre-sequel. We loved those. We didn't like BL3. So I kind of want to save that for us. And I worry, like what Burgers is saying, I'm going to get burned out if I'm basically pivoting from play sessions that are always the exact same thing. I also don't think it was particularly good content because I was just like slowly clearing the map. So I was thinking, this is what I was thinking, we could go to Green Room today and we could check out some Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, and I thought there were some other things we were wanting to check out, like demos or something, and I can't remember. Vampire Survivors is no longer the king of the genre. Yeah, I think, and I've told you guys this for a very long time. I've always said that, not always, but for a very long time, I have said that Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is the best one to play. I think its meta progression is superior to all Survivor games that I have played. Vampire Survivors is great. It's a really, really good time. I got to tell you, if I could play Deep Rock Survivor co-op with my son, he would be hooked. Because he likes Vampire Survivors. We play it for a little bit, but then it's just like he goes back to doing something else. I don't think he'd put down Deep Rock. I know it'll probably never have co-op, but man, I wish it would. I just now downloaded Hogwarts Legacy. I got Slytherin on the first suggestion, so I went for it. The game is dope. Hogwarts is a great game. Yeah, my kids played that for a while. They really, really liked it. My son spent every Saturday in the Forbidden Forest just killing spiders. That's all he wanted to do. They didn't want to go to class. It was so funny. They were like actual Hogwarts students. They never wanted to go to class. Oh, that's right. There's a Little Nightmares 3 demo. Yeah, but that's a good co-op game. I want to save that for Madam. I was surprised how much I enjoyed that game. Yeah, Hogwarts was really good. Will you do a Halloween Friday stream, Lono? Madam and I usually don't dress up or do anything. We could obviously do that for a goal, for sure. Because I think we're going to dress up as something this year. And maybe if you guys hit the goal, we won't just do the stream, but we'll dress up for you on the stream and then play something spooky. Yeah, Madam, I respect her into Spectre. It's so fun, Scotty. So fun. You going to play the Lego Voyagers game with the kiddos? I hear it's too short. I could try it. When's the Lego party game coming? Isn't that October? No, Lego party is like next week. No, not next week. It's in a week and a half, September 30th. I think they would be more interested in Lego party than the Lego co-op game. Play Halloween on Halloween? Maybe. This is a good post by Game Logic. We spent a whole summer in a fervor over exclusives, arguing that no one cares about brand identity and brand equity because of a job requirement, only for PlayStation to deprioritize multi-platform KPI, the KPI that the job rec allegedly indicated was a new focus, and for Nintendo to triple down on brand identity and equity by being so ballsy as to fly the Virtual Boy and Virtual Boy cardboard model. Dude, Game Logic always has the best posts. He's so good. We can play a game called Lono Dodges Taxes, and his faith is the only thing he pays on every year? Huh? Yeah, the Nintendo patent thing is a different discussion entirely, and I wish they weren't doing it. I can't stand the fact that they're doing that. I think if it gets challenged, it won't hold. Have you guys seen this Out of Time game? How's it doing on Steam? It looks like a really good little game. No, this isn't it. Oh, is it only in Epic? Hang on. Oh, it's only in the Epic Store. This game actually looks pretty good. Like, if you're looking for a fun little romp with your friends. Co-op and Endless have been answered in the frequently asked questions, but to give a quick and dirty answer, Co-op is not planned and Endless have been but postponed. However, Endless will come. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever add Co-op to Deep Rock because I think there's too much going on, Paul. I think there's too much going on. Does it come with friends? What's the next game you plan on covering? So what we're shooting for, I've got a really big video about Yote coming that we're going to shoot for. I'm sorry, it's actually about Tsushima. We're shooting for that to come Monday. And we'll be doing possibly then a Yote opinion piece that day. That's kind of the goal. And Friends is an expensive add-on. It is. Also, the Moore's Law is Dead link I put, the dev says focusing on one console improves the overall state of the game. I mean, how many devs need to say that? Like, even the guy from Deep Rock said that. The guy from Deep Rock said it. Like, he was like, yeah, the minute you add other platforms, it multiplies everything. Like, it slows everything down. It slows feature add, all of it. Dark Light is 40% off Steam right now. I feel like I tried that on my PlayStation, and it didn't feel good. It's got a 78%. It didn't feel good. Metroidvania Souls-like adventure. I don't know if the scores improved. That, you know, when did they do this major update? 1.1. I'm not seeing anything down here. Yeah, I played this on my PlayStation for, I don't know, 20 minutes, and it just didn't feel very good. I immediately was turned off by how it felt on the movement. It didn't. I mean, it has a 78% on Steam. I don't think it has a great score on PlayStation either. On PlayStation, it has an 84. That's not terrible. That's not bad, actually. It only has 560 ratings, though, so, you know. Yeah, it wasn't like that it was bad. Like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. It just didn't feel particularly good. Yes, I've been watching Sworn for a while. I told you guys that as soon as Borderlands came out, all these frickin' co-op games were going to come out. Like, I told you this was going to happen. Yeah, it's coming out on 9/23. Play solo or co-op. 1 to 4 player co-op action roguelike. I don't know if you guys have seen this game yet. Basically, Hades clone with co-op. The truth is, though, I feel like these games would be too intense. I don't think Madam would enjoy them. I think she gets lost in the sauce because it's just so much going on. But this does look very good. Borderlands 4 review. Yes, there are big issues, according to Digital Foundry. You're going to get it. It's only $24. Can you play online together? Could we do that as like a community game night? Or is it local? Because I think it looks really good. Have they done early access with it on Steam? I feel like they did, or was that another one? No, not Sword. Yeah, it looks like it's been in early access. On Steam, it has an 87%, but the recent reviews are very bad. 66. I wonder what they did. Yeah, Raven Swatch was really just disappointing. I didn't like the way that one felt. It felt very, very slow and truncated. Jump Space is out in early access. It's fun. Why is BL4 getting so much hate, but Bethesda's jank is praised? I think in people's minds, there is a categorical difference between jank and the performance woes that are plaguing Borderlands that are leading to like crashes and horrible frame rate issues, you know, memory leaks, things of that nature. Also, I think Bethesda's jank has become less charming with time, and people are way less tolerant of it. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think people like, oh, it's charming. It's a Bethesda game. Yeah, I think they said that in Skyrim. They kind of said that in Fallout 4. When it happened in Starfield, they're like, frick you, make the game run right. Like, I don't think people cared anymore. Like, people are like, yeah, it's funny. It's charming. It's Bethesda. They were like, what the heck's wrong with your game? Like, I don't think Starfield got a pass. I don't think Fallout 76 got a pass. I think in large respect, they are in different categories. I think jank is in a different category than, like, yeah, there's such a bad memory leak that your game can crash, or there's such a bad memory leak that, like, your frame rate looks like garbage. I think they're different categories. I also think people's tolerance for it from Bethesda has gone way down. I mean, way down. I don't think people brush it off anymore. I think they did in Skyrim. They kind of did in Fallout 4, and then when Starfield hit, they were just like, no, we're tired of this crap. So, yeah, that would be my thoughts on what you just asked about. Starfield was more than just jank. If it was only jank, it would have gotten a pass. Oblivion got a pass. You know, I actually think that's probably fair that, yeah, Oblivion got a little bit more charitable treatment and got a pass because it was just sort of jank, and I think people were a little bit more apt to say, no big deal. I'm so thrilled to be back in Oblivion. If Oblivion would have been a brand new title, I think people would have been a little bit more vicious. What was the one game that I played? Tainted Grail, PlayStation Store. Tainted Grail played so bad on console. It has an 86 though, so they must have turned it around, because the way that it was running when I got my code, it was bad. However, Tainted Grail was being pulled from the PSN store in UK, Australia because of the overwhelming negative customer feedback and refund cases. So did they really turn that game around? Is Stone Spire here? He was a big fan of the game. Like, have they really turned it around on console? Because, golly, it was bad. Like, unplayable bad. I didn't even, like, record footage and review it because it's like I couldn't do it. It was so bad. I also think people were overwhelmingly disappointed with Starfield to a degree that they were going to be a whole lot less charitable to it. It's really good. The 1.1 patch just dropped. I don't think Starfield got the hate it did because of the jank. I think it was because it didn't have the same formula as Elder Scrolls and Fallout. How would you argue right now to me that it didn't have the same formula as Fallout? My estimation, which I'm happy to be corrected here, my estimation was it was Fallout in space. It was very much the Fallout formula. That it felt to me like Fallout in space. I actually think the jank and the bugs were basically somebody bumping a table with an already wobbling house of cards. Right? Fully handcrafted single map. No. Changing where you play doesn't change the formula, homie. No. Exploration's vastly different. How? Which a lot of people think is the main draw for a lot of people in the Bethesda community. So you think the exploration being different? Let me make my argument. My argument was it followed the Fallout formula because of the way you interacted with NPCs, the way the loot was handled, and the way your skills were handled. It all felt very much like Fallout. Yes, space and the planets, and they're not being like bespoke locations with environmental storytelling. That was absent largely that people loved in the Fallout games. But I felt like a huge portion of the game was very much just following the Fallout formula. I think most of Starfield's criticism came from the extreme letdown from the misleading marketing. I think that hurt it. It was very hyped. It didn't seem to really deliver on the vision they kept selling. There was no meaningful exploration, which is vital to Fallout. Okay, I actually agree with you on that point. But setting aside the exploration, wouldn't you say significant portions of it were just basically lifted from what could have been a Fallout 5? That was always my argument. It was like it was Fallout in space. They just like lifted the systems from Fallout, like the way you interact with the NPCs, the dialogue, the way you scope out your skill tree, the way the loot was handled, the way the guns, even the way ammunition was handled was wholly lifted from Fallout 4. Like, I felt like I was literally just playing Fallout in space. I was like, this is Fallout 5. I'm just having to use a spaceship to get around. Which, what you're saying, yes, that worked against the exploration, because you were just like landing on planets and encountering like generic, bland, what felt like procedurally generated environments. The systems were the same basically, but I think the exploration is what people care mostly about. I would say there are people that care about that more, but I also think there were people that cared about the RPG elements, the skill, the loot, all of that. I think people cared about that equally as well. Like, I don't know if it'd be hard to say what every single person wanted more than another. Influencers overhyped it as well. I mean, I was excited for it. I kind of hyped it up. So according to the Digital Foundry video, Nick saying the PS5 Pro was the worst version of Borderlands 4 was completely untrue. All systems suffer from the same memory leak issue. The more you play, the more frames you lose. Okay, so we now have confirmation from Digital Foundry that the memory leak issue is a shared problem across all of the platforms. Oh, I see what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, they're showing like a fresh boot. Look at this. Just base PS5. So a fresh boot, 54 frames versus 37 in the same area. Jiminy Christmas. I didn't realize people were trying to run with the narrative that the Pro was the worst place to play, but it doesn't surprise me given the amount of, nonsense people say about the device. Oh, did anybody play this demo? Oh. Not a good score. 64% for Tawa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree. I never played through the demo with Madam. It featured local co-op. That's a terrible score on PlayStation. Jiminy Christmas. Is this on other platforms? Does it have similar results? It's got a 70% on Steam. Only 37 people reviewed it, though. That ain't great. That looks like one to avoid right now, given how many games are out. I played the demo. The game just felt jank. Okay. Yeah, I mean, given the number of games coming out, when something kind of falls that that quickly, I'd say, you know, avoid. Do you think the game's going to be cross-gen? Got somebody asking me, Wolfsane's asking me a question on my Venom video. Doc Dark couldn't wait to throw up a PS5 Pro sucks video. What did our boy Doc say? I mean, I was trying to tell people that I was having the same issues on a 5070 Ti rig. I was having an issue with memory leak. He's got a Borderlands 4 not running well on the PS5 Pro from 14 hours ago. Let me just overdub it here. What's up, everybody? Doc185. There's levels to this. Now, listen, I got a quick video for you. I turned my dryer off, so you should be able to hear me better this time. I really want to talk about the fact that Borderlands 4 is not running well on the PS5 Pro, and I just think that's unacceptable. You should not be having that from what's supposed to be the most powerful console on the market. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I had to get the little mic fuzz in there when he touches the mic. I had to add the little mic fuzz for him. The Digital Foundry analysis just came out. It's broken on every system. Yeah, I saw your tweet, Nick. That's why I said something, and somebody in chat replied. What is happening right now? That'll be my new version of the React meta. I'll just put up a YouTuber, and I'll just say what I think they're saying. What was that? That's him touching the mic. You ever listen to that man touch his mic? Watch. You want to see how accurate I was? Let's watch the open. Let's see. You guys give me a score like this is the Olympics. How accurate was my overdub of my man Doc? All right, here we go.
What's up, everybody? Doc185. There's levels to this. Got a quick video for you guys tonight.
I told you. Got a quick video for you. I told you. That's what he's going to say. Here we go.
Apparently, Borderlands 4 is running horrible on the PlayStation 5 Pro, or at least it's like the worst version. Listen.
I told you. He's going to fuzz it up by touching his mic. I told you. That's why I did the little sound effect. I told you. I said, that's it. That's a Doc Dark 1985 video open. Got a quick video for you. He'll get one sentence out and he touches that dadgum mic and he fuzzes it up every time. Yeah. I told you. I knew it. I knew it was coming. Doc's my boy, though. He's my boy, but come on. You know? He's my boy. He's out here touching his mic. He's out here touching his mic. I'm like trying to listen to the video. I'm like, okay, we're 60 seconds in. He's got to get that mic touch in. You know? Thank God his dryer's off. You know? Kapinks, 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 kapinks in the background. You know? Oh, golly. It's part of his charm. It is part of his charm. That's why people like him. He's reliable. You know what he's going to do. He's going to boot up. He's going to say he's got a quick video for you. A quick video can be 3 minutes or 13 minutes, according to Doc. I mean, it's a very relative term, you know, that he uses. Yeah, and P-Rock. What's up, my family, my friends? My only friend in these streets, Puerto Rock. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you saying that? P-Rock. Oh, I like watching him react to people. I don't know why you're saying that, Alex. I don't know why. Oh. I'll make that members only content. I'll start charging you guys for impressions. Doc's just a character. You have to understand, man, if you can have the discernment to see that there are people in these spaces that have no malice in their heart, and they're just having a giggle. It's a gag. It's a bit, right? If you can start to discern that, I think you'll start to find there are people that you just shouldn't be bothered by. They're just having fun. Like Goat Gaming on Twitter or Doc Dark on YouTube. There's no malice in it. They're just goofing around. They're just having fun. The problem is there are people that aren't, and they are malicious and unkind or intentionally misleading. Like there's a difference. There's just a difference. Like I know for a fact, like if Doc Dark put me in one of his videos, I wouldn't have any problem with knowing he wouldn't be like malicious, unkind, misleading, whatever. He would just be having fun. He would be charitable. I've had him on the show multiple times. Like there's just it's a character. I think Goat Gaming is the same. Goat Gaming will stop by here. He'll gift members. He's got his tweets. You know what I mean? They're just goofing. They're just goofing around. This guy from Naughty Dog says, I really hope our intergalactic art book will be the thickest book Naughty Dog has ever published. What the art team is pulling off here is insane. Yeah, J-Dub too. They're all just... That's why I like watching J-Dub and Post Up go back and forth. There's no malice in it. Like... Listen, Post Up will say some crazy stuff, but like they're goofing with each other. They're messing with each other. They're just friends. Like, I don't know. I wish there were more people that kind of handled it that way and were a little bit more like, you know, lighthearted the last couple of years. I think it would have been better for everybody, you know? I was a part of it, you know? Temperature in the room got too hot at times, and I tried to own that and have tried to be better, but, you know... Guys like Doc they're just having a laugh, man. He's just having a laugh. It's not that serious. They're just kids in the lunchroom cracking jokes. The problem is that a lot of people have taken the platform warrior routine too serious. Yeah, man, people get really, really angry about Goat Gaming. And I'm like, Goat Gaming he's literally just being a goof. I don't even know what's his handle. I don't even remember. Because I think I initially blocked him because I thought he was a troll. Finish up my second playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. That game is a masterpiece. Yeah, I wanted to reply to that. Yeah, Tsushima is just such a great game. I am Cloud. There he is. Yeah. Like, this is what I'm saying. You can't take this. You can't take this kind of thing seriously from Goat. Like, you can't. You just gotta laugh at this trending. Like, he just. I love this too. I love this too. Trending. Like what? Like just checkmark trending. Early entry polls for Tokyo Game Show have the Xbox 360 and the Xbox Series X vited the best consoles of all time. Form, function, and graphics were all deciding factors. The PlayStation 3 and 5 are considered the worst. Nintendo 64 wins honorable mention. Like, I'm serious. I am serious. If you read his stuff and you laugh, you're like, oh, I get it now. But if you read this and you think he's being serious, you're going to say, what a freaking idiot. Like, it's so obviously a gag. Here we go. Developing. I love it. I love the way he starts his tweets. Just in. Developing. Phil Spencer is set to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award at Tokyo Game Show next week. Tokyo Game Show said, we're indebted to Phil for his work in gaming, taking technology and games into the future while seeing where the industry is headed with consoles. Like, this is great. This is funny. Like, this is not serious. There is no reason to be upset at this guy's tweets. They're fantastic. They're trollish works of art. They're trollish works of art. He's just being a nut. Like, I'm telling you, if I just, you know what I'm saying? I would implore people to start being more like that. Be a little bit more lighthearted. Be a little bit more goofy. You know? You don't got to be taking a chunk out of people. You don't got to be like, you know, you're not going to be making it personal. That's what I'm committed to going forward. I'm not taking this stuff so serious. You know, if people want to do what they've been doing, okay, that's fine. Like, if that's the kind of content you want to make and that's what you want to do, okay. I am not at all going to be, you know, concerned with that. You know, I'm gonna do my part. And I think a lot of the times, you know, when you see a Doc Dark video or you see a Goat Gaming tweet me, you just gotta laugh. They're just goofing around. They really are. The production value on his tweets make them look serious, but it's clear they aren't. I don't find them funny, but they are goofy. Oh, I find them so funny. Every time I see one of his tweets, I laugh. Every time I see one of his tweets, I laugh. I think it's very, very funny. I don't know. I tell you what it is. Maybe at least I feel in that conversation, the conversation of, like, you know, Xbox and PlayStation, all that, I feel so starved for levity that, like, I feel like he brings levity. It's like, thank you for doing that. Gee, many Christmas people take this too serious. I think that's what it is. It's like, I'm just starved for some levity when these topics come up. It's like everybody takes it so serious and is so bad faith. And he's just being the onion. He's just being goofy. Read my last comment. Hey, Lono. I wish you talked with Next Gen 722. J-Dub, Post Up, and P-Rock all really got there thanks to him. I don't know who that is. Next Gen 720? I don't know who that is. People are mentioning him on Twitter, but I can't find him. Wait, is this him following me here? Next Gen 8K on Twitter? Oh, yeah. Sub to your boy on Kick. Next Gen 720 on Kick, on Twitch, and on YouTube. PlayStation 30-year anniversary. He streamed this 11 months ago. Okay, that's who you're talking about. I don't think I've ever seen anything from him. He follows me on Twitter. I don't think I've ever seen any of his tweets. He made Crap Gamer and Mooch popular. He was the first Xbox podcaster last gen and people really watched. Everyone you hear about probably came from him. Really? He was just like having them on his like podcast and stuff? Just piloted the Megazord in Fortnite. It's fun. Better than Godzilla for sure. Not quite as fun as Superman. He was the first one to popularize podcasts around Xbox. I mean, I've always appreciated, even though like it's not my thing, it's not my jam. I've always appreciated I've always called them like brocasts, where they basically just like have like a rotating door of like people coming in. I've always appreciated the fact that like that, you know, that people do that. It's not my jam. Like it's not like my vibe. Like I struggle with it. I'm like a little too, I think I'm too polite. Like I don't want to talk over people or interrupt people. So like I end up just kind of drowning on those shows. Like if like there's 6 people, I'm like, I don't do a good job, you know? So, but I appreciate, I think the vibe of those podcasts, I get why people like them. It just feels like a bunch of dudes hanging out. Many people use next gen just to get noticed and then they leave them behind. I mean, that's always, I mean, I don't need like lore explanations or beef explanations between people. I definitely think that happens though. I mean, you just, you know, people start to branch out and do their own thing, or, you know, maybe they don't vibe anymore, you know, that always happens. Guess you're not a bro. Guess you're not a bro. He's got like 18,000 subs. How much people could possibly use him? Well, if you're getting started out, anything above 10K is pretty impressive. If you're starting out, homie, and you don't really have any subs to your name, and you're aligned with somebody over 10K, that can be pretty helpful. You know, it just puts you in front of other folks. You know. Here, I think I owe 5 members to YouTube. I'm just going to do it now before I forget. It doesn't look like we're going to hit stretch. That's okay. We haven't hit stretch in a while, but it's always there. Our handy dandy little new tool here makes it really easy to update and see. That again is for a Saturday stream. If you guys feel like that incentive isn't good enough, strong enough, what have you, we can always come up with something else. If you guys feel like we should be doing something else, like maybe a community game on Saturday instead of just like Madam and I playing, or if there's some kind of a segment or a podcast you'd like us to do on Saturdays just for members. People have been kind of saying that over and over, that, you know, they'd love some like almost like podcast segments with Madam. I'm open to suggestions. No Xbox codes, but everything is an Xbox. I'm assuming that the boys at Xbox Era are expressing their frustration about Xbox codes not being sent for reviews. We've noticed that trend recently with reviews, that like there's just almost never a lot of Xbox reviews. There's always way more in PlayStation and PC. You enjoying Borderlands 4? I am really enjoying Borderlands 4. I kind of made the decision to like basically only play it with my wife. I was working on a single like play by myself playthrough on PC, and I feel like I'm gonna get burned out if I do that, because it's very, very much like repeating a lot of the same things, and I love the slow play. I love burning through the I love playing through the open world map and the unlocking, clearing it and stuff. But I don't want to do that to a degree where I end up like hurting my experience. And I was starting to feel that by playing online with you guys and then going and playing with Madam in the evenings. It felt counterproductive. I vote for Jackbox. It's always a blast. Gets a lot of community in. I am more than happy to say like stretch goal could be a Madam stream on a Saturday where we do community game, because that usually you get more involvement anyways on a Saturday because like more people can hop in. I'm 30 hours in and just left the Fadelands. I love the open world. Yeah, my wife and I are about 20 hours in, and we are just consistently kind of clearing and hanging out in the Fadelands as well. Yep. Jackbox has always been my favorite community game. Well, I feel like I have... that. Where did I put that? It could be in... No. I thought I had a Jackbox PNG. We could put it over there and make the audible and see if folks want to rally. I'm fine with that. Let's see. Yeah, here's one. There you go. Boom. All right, we'll do stretch goal community game Saturday. I just need a quick break. Yeah, I saw 11's coming out soon, like end of October. Maybe is it end of this month or October? I can't remember. I'll be right back. Oh. Hey, touch of snow. 5 months. She says, I'll be lurking. Appreciate ya. Boom. Look at that. We can add so easy. Wave because I can't hear you. I don't know what I'm doing. Has anyone played the game Serious Sam 4? It's on sale for $6. Dude, I remember playing Serious Sam so much back in the day. So much, dude. Me and my friend played for hours. Hours. It was a blast. Let's see something here. What are we getting right now at 60? Almost all okay. If you guys are new and coming in to the stream, let me know where you came from. We're a little late in the day, so we're just kind of coasting now. Grabbing another one from Joker Quinn. Oh, look at Joker Quinn, though. Setting up a 10-bomb dunker to 525. Somebody gifts 10. I owe that platform a member. We will see what happens. We've been just kind of checking the news feeds, checking the Twitter feeds, seeing if anything's really going on. Not much. My boy Wooly had a No Man's Sky tweet. He's headed to 2 million views. He's headed to 2 million views, man. Whew. He was like, I found Earth. I was like, get it. I'm giving him a little retweet love now, trying to get a little bit more. Like, look at this. Look at this tweet. That's crazy. It is pretty cool, though. It is pretty cool. It's a good shot. It's like, wait a minute. Like, you're looking through the clouds. You're like, that is Earth. That is Earth. Looking like you found light, no fire. You can actually go to Earth. Cool. I think he's. I mean, I don't think it's like actually Earth. I think he was being kind of tongue in cheek, right? Only 4 days until you can fall like this gracefully. Oh yeah, that's right. Baby steps is next week. That'll be your incentive for next week's Friday night. That'll be fun. Raven Swatch got a big update. This is the one that I was saying, like, I didn't like it. What did they do? It changes the game significantly. It's still the same action-packed race against the time as its heart, but the addition of overtime, 3 new side quests, and a Leprechaun Cauldron event are significant shakeups to the past Rogue games in the past few years. You need a bit of context. It ranks among the best action games I've played in recent years, largely thanks to its timer and the tension that it creates. You've got 18 minutes to complete each map, hunting for foes and buffs alike, as long as you can, before you're forced into an encounter to beat the boss. Hourglass of Genes changes this, adding an extra 3 minutes of optional overtime for you to use. There's a catch, however. There's always a catch. During these 3 minutes, the Master Nightmare will grow more powerful. Extra time might be necessary. My issue wasn't the time. Everything felt very slow. A slew of balance changes, which take the big swing at honing Romeo and Juliet, the game's newest characters. Yeah, I was hoping to see something like, they completely revamped how the action feels, the moment's a moment, or something to that effect. Yeah. Reading that sounds good for people who liked it. I didn't like it. I didn't feel like it felt good. I think No Man's Sky messed up Starfield for me since I started it before Starfield. I mean, I remember dealing with those comparisons before it came out. And I get the comparisons. I get why people do them. I get why, honestly, No Man's Sky could shade your judgment a little bit. They are very different games with very different aims. By and large, I feel like the reason people compare them is because... How do you go to the post? There we go. The reason people compare them is because you're essentially doing, on paper, similar things. The issue, though, is that the execution of those things is vastly different. And I think for some people, they would get incredibly bored in No Man's Sky, and vice versa. Like, there are people that are incredibly bored in Starfield. So, like, if you're like, oh man, it's so cool to fly and take off and land and just explore and find stuff, if that's just all you're really looking for, like, No Man's Sky absolutely nails it, right? It absolutely nails it. Starfield, you've got to come at it for different reasons. Like, you'd have to come at it for, like, you really, really want the RPG. You really want to do the dialogue. You really want to work on, you know, your factions and all this other stuff. Like, you have some of those things in No Man's Sky, but they're not really like the primary focus, if that makes sense. Starfield is straight up boring if you played Cyberpunk and enjoyed that. I was the opposite of what he's saying. No Man's Sky did not ruin Starfield for me. Phantom Liberty did. I played Phantom Liberty, and I just felt like I played a premium, you know, a premium experience. And it just made it very difficult when I went back to Starfield. Because, like, I have a stream on the channel where I said, you know, I'm turning a corner with Starfield. I was starting to enjoy it. And then I played Phantom Liberty, and it was kind of all over from there. So, here's what we're going to do. Because we have just kind of really, really taken this stream longer than I typically go. Usually by now we're doing something else, but I didn't really have anything else planned for today. Here's what we can do. In 15 minutes, I'll probably just shift to Green Room. I will let you guys extend, though. If we can get the goal to 550, because that could maybe prime the pump, and maybe you guys unlock a community game night on Saturday. If you get us to 550 in the next 15 minutes, if you guys rally together, use your upgrades, your primes, gifted, whatever, I'll let you guys extend. Sometimes people just want to keep the party going. That's totally fine. If not, we'll probably just shift to Green Room. I don't know what we'll do in Green Room either. Maybe just like hang out and play games. I can maybe show you guys. I'm interested what the early grind in Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I'm kind of interested what that'll look like what it feels like now. Because I played one round last night, and I was like, oh, I remember why this game kind of hooked me. Which I suppose we could still do in the public stream if you guys choose to extend. So we'll see. You guys have 15 minutes. At the hour, at the top of the hour, at 2, we'll shift gears either to Green Room with gameplay, or we'll just do gameplay in general, and we'll just extend the public stream. Keep the party going, help you guys work on a potential, help you guys get a potential community stream on Saturday. What do you? When do you think we'll see more about Light No Fire? I think we will get an update or a trailer. I'm hoping for. This is what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for a gameplay release date trailer, and it'll happen at the Game Awards. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Yeah, because I think that Sean likes Jeff. I think Sean Murray likes Jeff. I think he likes doing stuff with Jeff. So I think that's what they'll do. I think I think all this time, from the time they announced Light No Fire to now, I think they have been adding updates to No Man's Sky that have been like directly pulled from Light No Fire. That's what I think. So, yeah. You're off. Catch you later. All right, Amskin. I'm not sure if I got a PS6 at launch or wait for the Pro. There was definitely people earlier today echoing the notion that to them, excuse me, to them it makes sense to essentially wait and go Pro to Pro. I think there's good reason to consider doing that. Just go Pro to Pro. I think there's perfectly good reasons to do that. Some of that could be your own personal preference and demand. Some of that could be budgetary. You're like, yeah, it just makes more sense to wait. So. Boop, 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 boop. We are at the end of the week, boys. We are out of topics. We're out of things. This is usually when the gaming news cycle kind of stops. Yeah. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. We're going to be hanging out tonight, this evening, with Madam. We'll be doing some more Borderlands for you guys. You guys definitely, you hit the goal. So we'll be having, drinks and laughs and chilling this evening. That's what I'm going to do unless there's a meaningful reason to get the base 6. Yeah, I think that's perfectly legitimate and fair. Just be like, give me a really, really strong reason to get the PS6 or wait. I think that's totally fine. I just woke up. Happy Friday for you. Well, whatever day it is for you. Launch exclusives should play a major role in the decision of getting a PS6 at launch. Yeah, I wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me at all if the launch of the PS6 is one where there's a pretty significant amount of cross-gen. Yeah. Oh my gosh. And a 50 bomb comes in from Silent Spartan, and just like that, we're at 565. And I owe 2 members to YouTube. That extends the stream. This guy came out of nowhere. Saved y'all's bacon. I was just going to go to Green Room and play some Deep Rock. I mean, I can obviously play Deep Rock with you guys here anyway. I mean, we're just kind of chilling. We are just chilling. I appreciate that. Yeah, man, spam those farty bomb emotes, dude. That is a big one. That is so generous. Hadigan comes in with the prime. It's not a 50 bomb, but it's honest work. Hey, it is, and they add up. A lot of people have done primes and renewals, and it adds up. Twitch sitting there at 21 on the day. Out of nowhere. That's right. That's right. Let's see here. I don't have that for It's so helpful running this thing too. It's really nice. I mean, I guess I could give you guys 10 more minutes. We don't need to switch to the gameplay just yet. We'll see. The stretch goal. See how Creature designed it. When you're working on the stretch goal, like the bar changes color. So now it's like a yellow and like an orange to like celebrate. So if that hits 750, we'll do a community game stream tomorrow with Madam. We'll do an extra stream on the week. Saturday streams are a super, super rare thing. But I've been making it a stretch goal incentive because I know sometimes you guys enjoy that. You enjoy hanging out on those Saturdays with us. So I was saying earlier, I was excited for Marathon. I didn't look into the game at all for a while, and now the more that I know, I'm kind of bummed. Yo, a member plus comes in from Polarin for YouTube bumps the line. Cheers to 29 months, mate. It's really a lot longer than as we know, but we're here. Hey, I appreciate that, Polarin. Yeah. A lot more months. We know this. We know the truth. Always have, and we always will. You can change the view to show all if you want to see all the stretches. Not sure if you remember that or if I even showed you. Show after completion. Stretch goal display. The drop down menu is not working. It's not letting me interact with it. Stretch goal display just says show after completion. Yo, Banshee comes in with 29 months and a member plus. 29 months and I haven't been banned yet. Cheers for the double dip is coming Monday. Thank you. Bam. 568. It all adds up. Oh my gosh. And another 50 bomb. Unbelievable. Silent Spartan takes it all the way to 618. Oh, well, it changed. Oh, where did it go? There we go. I fixed it. It doesn't drop down. Silent Spartan, what are you doing? There we go. Look how close we are. I want to see some farty bombs spammed in the chat. Come on, Purple. You need to bat signal it up. Get one of these big boys in here to compete. That's freaking crazy. You guys might get community game night now. I don't know at this point. What do I even owe now? That would be 4? I owe 4. Yeah. If once this hits 625, I'll owe a 5 bomb. We're very close to that one. And a single comes in from Stone Spire. Thank you so much. Yeah, the menu doesn't drop down. I can click it and go hide always, show always, or show after completion. Yeah. I know what Stone Spire's going to do. He's going to slam one more single. He's hoping for a 5 bomb to cap this off. Boom, 620. We'll see if somebody does it, and then I'll owe you guys a 5 bomb. Let's do it. Somebody tag team with me. Somebody drop a 5er. I'm going to drop a 5er right on top of it. Let's do it. John Spartan, you've been fined 1 credit for being awesome. Silent Spartan, how dare you overshadow my measly member plus renewal? Did you get pushed out? Oh, no, I thanked you for years, Banshee. I thanked you for years. That's funny. Oh, that is funny. This thing, the creature build is so nice. It's so much faster to add them. I'm not like having to drop. Did he drop 250 bombs? He did drop 250 bombs. He did. And right now, if someone drops a 5 bomb, I owe a 5 bomb to YouTube. I was wanting to tag team with somebody. Oh, it's a joke from Demolition Man. Oh. Okay. And there it is. Silent Spartan. Boom. All on his own. We're tag teaming. Here comes the 5 for me. This guy's doing it all on his own. Jiminy Christmas. So incredibly generous. Boom, there's the 5 that I owe you guys. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. I don't even know what to say. This can't be real right now. And another 50 bomb comes in from Silent Spartan. Bam! 675. I don't know what this guy is doing. I don't know if he just won the lottery or what. But jeepers, he's bringing the heat. He's done this before. He'll just randomly show up and just start blessing folks. Just like go crazy. My gosh, brother. Silent Spartan, indeed. Just coming in quietly, blowing up the whole chat. Good Lord. At this pace, we're going to end up with 7,000 gifted, said Zubair. Credit card company going to be like, nah, he's done it before. They probably, I would hope they're like not scared that something's going on. I'm seeing some names in chat I haven't seen in a while, like Be Nice. Jiminy Christmas. A lot of gifted members coming in. A lot of gifted members. Good Lord. Don't you know about the 3 seashells? Yeah, do you know about the 3 seashells? Silent Spartan's mouse is broke. He's clicking the gift, but he just keeps clicking it. That's right. That's right. Yeah, stretch is 750. So what 750 is for a Saturday community stream. Because we don't stream on Saturdays. I do a Friday night stream with you guys with my wife whenever you guys hit the goal. And then if you hit 750, we do a Saturday stream. We'll do a community stream. Because, I mean, it is, we were hoping to kind of, re-stoke some of those fires and get some of the things back that had kind of slipped. And I was like, you know what? I'm willing to help. It's like, I'll do extra streams. We'll do more stuff. And so that's what we came up with. And you guys are within reach. For a couple of weeks now, we haven't hit stretch, which is fine. But I was like, listen, I'm not just going to sit here and be like, go gift to gift. It's like, no, if we hit goals, I'll do extra content. That's kind of been we're in this together, right? It's my responsibility to add value, to do more content. And if folks want it, we've got the goals there. I'm coming down with a cold, so I've got the door closed and I'm using the GPU like a 60-watt space heater. It must be 90 degrees in here already. Gee, mini. Feed has a membership on Twitch. I don't know if he's gotten one on YouTube or not. Was the goal for 600? No, the goal was for 500. You hit that. And then 750 is the stretch. So you can see the 500's gold, you hit it. And now that extra bar after is you guys adding to 750. Yeah. It's designed to have stretches at 750, 1,000, and 1,250. Just boom, boom, boom. Yeah. I know it's from Demolition Man. I just want to know how it works. Yo, what's good, 50 Trey? How are you? How are you, Trey Gaming? Yeah, 500 for Friday, 750 for Saturday. That's right. That's right. Yeah, 500 for Friday, and then I only ask for half of that for Saturday. Like, it's a delicate balance, right? Like, I feel like it's reasonable if I'm going to take a Saturday evening and come back in here with Madam and hang out with y'all. I feel like that's a fair incentive. And plus, I think it's a good incentive to grow the community. It's like we're all hanging out. We're all having a good time. Gives you a little extra something on the weekend to do if you want. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos about, people that get criticized for like begging for support. I try to foster something that I feel like is a give and take, where like if you guys go crazy, I do extra content, right? We're doing this daily thing, we're doing uploads, and I'm like, hey, I'll go even beyond that. I'll do Friday night, I'll do Saturday. I feel like that's the best balance on it. right? Can't get anywhere because YouTube isn't great. Hope you guys get enough for a weekend. Well, that is very kind of you, Silent Spartan. You went above and beyond, brother. Thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate it. Maybe Twitch will answer the call. We'll see if any of they've got a couple guys over there on Twitch that can go crazy as well. Maybe they'll wander in and we'll see. I don't know. Like, I know there is, stigma on YouTube and people get really upset when you're like, what they call like begging. I try to make it like hey, if you guys do this, we'll celebrate and do something fun. It's beyond the normal rhythm of content. And I try to do stuff for the members as well. Morning coffee is for members. Green room is for members. Friday nights for members. Like, the green room is for member plus and above. Sometimes morning coffee is member plus and above. So that's an incentive to actually pick up and pay for your membership. I feel like that's the best balance we can come up with. And I've tried not to focus on it as much. It's kind of hard, when people go crazy. Obviously, you got to focus on it. You got to thank them. But I don't want to be in the middle of the show constantly being like, hey, become a member. Hey, renew. Hey, upgrade. Like, I try to do it when it makes sense. Like, hey, somebody just renewed. And I'll try to remind everybody that, hey, Member Plus is a big push right now. Things like that. So. Oh, you were ticked at the end of the movie when they didn't explain? I don't think there's meant to be an explanation. Like, that's just how they do it. Like, that's Demolition Man is meant to. It's a gag. Like, I don't think there's a version of the script where there's a seashell explanation. Like, I don't think there is. Excuse me. How many did he end up doing? 3? That's insane. That is absolutely insane. They're so kind. Okay, well, it's 2 o'clock. We can go into, let's see, checking out 1.0. We can go into Deep Rock. I'll switch us. Unless you guys don't want to and want to just keep chilling and talking, like, I don't know. I mean, the stream is in your hands. You guys have extended the stream. We can do whatever you want. I will say, if we switch to gameplay, it usually brings the gifting and the memberships to a halt. So if you guys are really wanting to push for the 750, I would love to play Deep Rock, but I don't want to slow that down. If you guys are feeling like that would sabotage us, just let me know what you want to do. I'm happy to show off Deep Rock and the 1.0 that they dropped. It is on Game Pass right now, so you should be checking it out. If you value your time, don't get Deep Rock because it is addictive. Oh, heads up, no Town Hall tonight. I'll be editing. I mean, can they do... don't they sometimes do Town Hall just with the community reps, or are we just calling the whole thing off? Yeah, Creature's working on that Ghost of Tsushima video for Monday. Get the gifts in, then go gameplay. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to wait. Hang on. I can switch us back to just chatting. Hang on. All right, chilling and chatting. Okay, yeah, Creature will not be at Town Hall. If you guys still want to do Town Hall and you still want to chill and hang out, go for it. Go for it. Well, let's see here. Yo, what's good? Murphy's Little Gamer Addiction. How are you? Have one of the community admins run it? Yeah, they can run it. That's totally fine. Yo, Ant gifts a member and says, listen, boys, we only need 74 more members for community game night on Saturday, and he's going to add to the total. So thank you so much. Either Talica or Hyde will run it. Okay. You've not missed much. We've just been chilling. We have just been chilling. Been kind of slow. I know. I'm scrolling right now. Boys. There's not much hitting the news feeds. Friday usually slows down. A new JRPG released today. Maddie Plays reviewed it on Retro Rebound. How about the patents? So the consensus seems to be that everybody's angry that Nintendo is trying to do the patents. However, it does seem to be that if it was challenged, it wouldn't hold up. Like, there are too many games with those mechanics and those features for that to be a problem. Insider Tom Henderson says that Kratos will have a curved Egyptian sword in the next mainline game. Looks like Kratos is headed to Egypt. Yote getting destroyed on the interwebs? No, not really. No. A bunch of people who were going to make bad faith content about it are going to just keep making bad faith content about it. I have zero concern. I mean, zero concern. The Hunt Begins has a right down the middle like ratio, 11K to 11K. So the people that are brigading, they got one over on one of the videos. I forget which one. Yeah, the 1000 Blades trailer, they got that one, 54K to 19K, right? Because in the wake of everything, people were mad and people were going and downvoting. Already, one video, the very next video, the fight's already like burning out. It's like, I just don't think anything's going to come from it. Linus is talking about the YouTube view stuff actually right now. Yeah, I mean, the consensus there seems to be that if you're running an ad blocker, your video, your view's not going to count. Hey, we got one of the, I think this is one of the India Hero Project games, got a trailer. Or maybe this is Mina. I'm not sure. I can't remember which one is which, the bird or the, I think Tiger is Mina. No, India is the tiger, I think. This might be Mina. Here, let's listen to this. I'm not sure. It looks like. So NC Solution coming soon. This is part of one of the hero projects. Hang on, my music's off. Yeah, I can't remember which one is the bird. I want to say that's the Mina. Is the bird. I think India is the tiger. Yeah, Mina Hero Project is the bird. So this is another thing that PlayStation is doing, partnering with devs and working on different things for the Middle East North Africa Hero Project. And so they've got, NC Solution, the one that we just watched, and there's a whole bunch of them here that they're working on. Ad blocker got new code blocked. YouTube stats. The ad blocks say they're going to turn it back on. Okay. You've been on Twitch for too long. I guess you should change your name from P. Oh, like wait, what's your name over there? All right, I'll probably jump into Deep Rock in like 15 minutes or so. I didn't want to jump into gameplay because, like I said, I know it slows down. I know it slows down the gifting and the memberships, and I didn't want to do that. Like as soon as you guys got moving on actually potentially doing the community game, I didn't want to jump into gameplay because I know what that does. My name is the same on Twitch. You know that? Oh, you're saying change your image from P. That's what I was saying. I thought you were Polarin on both places. Okay. Synth Potato asking what people think here. He says, give this a like if you think this is an improvement. I'm trying to see something because no way do people actually think Battlefield 6 is worse off by not having ADHD movement. So, the Battlefield 6 movement nerfs in action. So Ender's opinion is this is completely unwarranted and completely over-nerfed. Let's see if we can get the video actually play. What are you talking about? What in the world? He's still moving incredibly fast. I've watched enough videos on this to say, man, you COD boys just need to play COD if you want to move like that. Battlefield's not going to give you that level of movement. They're not. They're not going to give you omni movement. They're not going to give you slide cancel. They're not going to let you jump, slide, and have zero consequences. They're not. I can't believe this is even a discussion. It's a completely different game with a completely different approach. Do you find that swap weapon isn't working sometimes in the equipment screen? What are you asking about? Are you asking about Borderlands? Stop playing Battlefield and expecting COD. Yeah, I watched a handful of guys react to the Call of Duty guys, and it's like they're all just basically saying, let us move around and play this game like it's COD. What did Swag say? If the game doesn't appeal to everyone, it needs to appeal to everyone or something. Like he said something, I was like, what? Like you can't make a game appeal to everyone. Battlefield is a simulator. I don't think there's anything wrong with providing feedback on a game, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with providing feedback, but I think the general trend and the general problem with what the COD guys are calling for, is they're calling for movement and choices that are essentially designed to make the game feel like you're playing Call of Duty. And a lot of the movement and a lot of the way things are set up and a lot of the way that things are organized in Battlefield, whether it's the classes and everything else. That's why they're asking for the guns to be like locked classes. They're asking for those things because it's like that's what makes the game Battlefield, right? That's what makes the game Battlefield. What makes the game Battlefield is... Wait, Tom Hendy says, the next main God of War will indeed mark the return of Kratos. The God of War will travel to Egypt armed with a khopesh, the curved Egyptian sword. Source Tom Henderson. Tom Henderson says, I did not say this. Wait, what did Tommy Hendy say? Why is everybody saying he said that there'll be a curved sword and he'll be in Egypt? I thought that came from their podcast. At least that's what people were saying. He mentioned it as a joke? Oh, he was joking around? Oh, well. Well, there you go. Someone made it up. Well, it doesn't sound like someone made it up. It sounds like he said it as a joke and it got turned into a headline. Yeah, a lot of people are asking about like the PlayStation Showcase, the PlayStation State of Play next week. That'll probably be announced Monday. The official Stellar Blade account is teasing something next week. Let's take a look. What do you got here? All right, guys, in about 10 minutes, I'm going to switch to gameplay. And obviously, you can keep gifting and keep going crazy in gameplay. It tends to not happen once I'm in gameplay, though. So I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to try to get the community game night. The official Stellar Blade account is teasing something next week in 1 week. So, I mean, this could be anything. This could be DLC. This could be a mode. I mean, it obviously looks a little creepy and foreboding. We know they're working on the sequel, so that could be anything. This profile may include potentially sensitive content. Stellar Blade got flagged. All right, this is good. This is good. These are the types of questions and discussions that we need to have more in gaming. Okay, we need more of this, chat. So if you've ever played Batman Arkham Knight, you remember this. You remember the sequence, where you got to carry Harley Quinn, and we got a lot going on here. We got a lot going on here in this gameplay section of the game. And Gonzito3420 on Reddit's asking, do you think Batman had a boner in this part of the game? And I would honestly say, like, this is the type of inquisition that's needed to really examine, the realism put into games and the honesty. Like, if you want to have an honest and authentic game, I think these are the types of questions you kind of have to ask. And the Cupcake Alliance, I think, really takes the ball forward here and says, good question. I imagine he did. I think the Batsuit has countermeasures for that kind of thing, though. It's always refreshing to see a serious post in a sea of posts. They landed the plane perfectly. They didn't just answer the question. They were like, it's refreshing. It's refreshing to see a serious post. There's a lot of hate out here and a lot of negativity. And I'm just so glad. I'm just so glad to see, some real things being discussed here. Some real matters of importance. Nice bum. I mean, it's Harley Quinn, dude. What do you expect? DoorDashed Sonic, and there's literally a screw in my food. Like a screw, I'm not even joking. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to know whether it was Sonic or what service did they use? They used DoorDash. So, it's hard to know. So Sonic or DoorDash really, really screwed up here. So what I was trying to do there is I wanted to drag it out. I want to drag that one out as long as I could. Go away. I wanted to take as long as I could to get to the punchline there. So, what's good, Charles Hawk? How are you? All right, boys, you got 5. Siege Master says, okay, bye. All right, you got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes, and I'm going to be jumping into Deep Rock Galactic. You need 74 members to unlock Community Game Night. We will do a Saturday stream, and we'll play some Jackbox with you guys. If not, it's totally fine. Appreciate you guys being here. We're going to jump into some Deep Rock Galactic Survivor here in a minute. Silver Subaru. Watch this. Watch this thing down in the corner. Look at this cool thing the creature built. Watch. Boom. 300 for YouTube in a day. Silver Subaru gets us to 677. Had to make it an even 300. My man. I appreciate it. Oh, shoot. I have my PC audio still on. Yikes. That spooked me. What are your first thoughts when you see this breakfast? What's the burnt stuff? What's this? That's my first thought. I mean, get these beans out of here. Everything's great. Sausages look good. Eggs look good. These hash browns look good. Tomatoes, bacon, even the mushrooms. Let's go. But what's this burnt stuff? What's going on there? Does anybody know what that is? Blood pudding? Looks like black pudding. That's a proper English breakfast. For who? Andre the Giant? That's so much food. I don't question the beans and the mushrooms. I know like different regions of the world do different things for breakfast. Like we got to talk about something here though. We do need to talk about a couple things here. There's definitely a beer right up here in the left-hand corner. I mean, that's a heck of a way to start your day. This is a nap. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have somebody hit you over the head, give you anesthesia, or eat this breakfast. Either way, you're out. You're conked out in about an hour. You ain't gonna make it. That's a freaking nap. All that food and a beer? Jiminy Christmas. I'd wake up for dinner and be like, what day is it? What happened? No one calls it that. It's blood pudding. What the frick? British blood pudding or black pudding is a sausage made from dried animal blood. Usually pig or beef, fat like pork and beef, cereal grains, and seasonings such as onion, salt, and spices. Traditionally used to make use of every part of the animal. It's a staple of a full English breakfast, where it's typically sliced and fried, grilled or boiled, and can also be incorporated into other dishes like salads, I don't know how to say that, or even Scotch eggs. Listen, man, I don't judge. That might actually be tasty. It sounds like it'd be a little weird, but it probably tastes really good. I'm trying to take a break on drinking. Was becoming a problem. I'm terrible about that. I'm like, should probably no. I'm bad about it. Do. Here's how I think people should respond to this kind of thing. You guys want to see a tweet that somebody responded to? I'm not going to give them like free promotion here. Let's just read this. Ready? The Switch 2 is going to have more first-party games in its first year than the PS5 has had throughout this entire generation. All right, you look always here, yeah, and you look always here. And you know, you say, okay, and then you go on with your day. That's what you should be doing now when you see those types of things. Oh, okay. Cool. I can't wait to play Kirby Air Riders, and I'm also excited about Yote. That's cool. All right, sweet. And then just keep going. Just like keep scrolling. Be like, okay. Hey, look at that. There's 3 shocking reasons why butterscotch is called butterscotch. You know what I mean? Here's a dance sequence from the end of Death Stranding too. Like, that's all you should do. You should just be like, okay. Okay. Nintendo really killing it with their games that take 2 years to make and have zero production value. Yeah, I mean, no hate, but like the level of game comparison. That's why I said you just say okay and you just keep scrolling. Oh, Polarin, I missed your resub over here on Twitch. 9 months. Let me add you to the total here. Bam, 678. That's what I mean. Like, that's just gonna be my approach to that kind of stuff now. It's like, okay, cool. I have all the systems, so that's exciting. That's neat that, you know, Nintendo's doing such a good job. You know. John Cena explains American pancakes. He's so effortlessly funny. John Cena, I saw him talking about he's kind of like a he's like a I think a coffee connoisseur. Yeah, let's see it. PlayStation most sold. Is there a where? How do we get that? Oh frick! I closed my whole browser. I went to make it fill the screen. He likes flat whites. Best sellers. No, there's a way of seeing like number one. How do you see like PlayStation most pre-orders? How do you see that? Yeah, okay, so pre-orders best selling. Yeah? You guys ready for this? Yote's really hurting, boys. I mean, both the deluxe edition and the standard edition are in the top 5. Yeah. Above Battlefield and Silent Hill. And here's Call of Duty. Here's Battlefield. Those are some pretty big titles. Better watch out, Yote. There's some angry people on YouTube hitting the dislike button. How is NASCAR that high? What do you mean? Did you just say, how is NASCAR that high? Sir, are you aware? Are you aware how well racing games do on PlayStation? Like Gran Turismo and Forza? Like when Forza came over and did insanely well, PlayStation as a platform, homie, dude. Racing games pull on the PlayStation platform, but NASCAR? What do you mean, but NASCAR? What do you mean? NASCAR is very popular. Yeah, this might be pulling charts from my region. That's also possible. Which adds a lot of credence to, like, you know, Yote doing fine. Can I tell you about our Lord and Savior NASCAR? Like, I don't watch NASCAR. I don't watch NASCAR. I don't have anything against it. The pre-order just dropped. Mm-hmm. Take-Two Interactive, Strauss Zelnick said that GTA 6 is still on track for May 26th. Come on. I don't... Listen, at this point, who cares what he says? He could say, I'll eat a Rolex for dinner if we don't ship it on time. And I'd be like, okay. Hopefully you have good dental insurance. You know what I'm saying? He made so many assurances about fall of 2025. Who cares what he says now? Who cares? It's to me, it's I care when I can install it and play. And that's what I care about. Okay. All right. Oh, wow. We're well past. All right. Let's play some. Well, I'll tell you what we can do. We can do a. Sometimes when we have a big week on Fridays, we still probably should leave this stream. I don't think it serves our purposes to just keep streaming in a stream about the PlayStation 6 and like doing gameplay. I can set up a green room and let all members come. Pause. I can let all members attend and give you guys a slight sampling. Creature won't be there, but this is just a slight sampling of why being a paying member has its benefits. It's a non-monetized stream where we just hang out and vibe, and we're just going to be playing some like Deep Rock, okay? So your ability to gift is going to go away. Your ability to gift is going to go away. So your ability to scramble to 750 is going to fall on Twitch's shoulders because they can continue to gift when we do this. Yeah, I'll just stay public over there. But this will be for all members, not just Member Plus and above. I'll give you guys a little sample of like, hey, here's a great reason to support the channel directly. You get extra content. And, you know, keep the party going. Okay. Let me set up redirect. Let me change this thumbnail. I need to add those timestamps as well. Does Deep Rock have Deep Rock has Twitch integration. It does. It has Twitch integration. All right, YouTube, there's your link to where we're going. Okay, if you're watching this later, this was kind of a thrown together green room on a Friday. I will not be hanging out with Creature and talking shop and planning shows. We're just going to be kind of gaming. I'm going to show off Deep Rock Galactic 1.0 on PC. It's also on Game Pass, so you guys should be definitely checking that out. Huge week, huge week. Thanks so much to Silent Spartan for securing the goal, almost getting us to the stretch goal. Twitch could still save your bacon today and drop another, 60 or 70 some odd subs and unlock a Saturday community game. night where we'll be hanging out doing some Jackbox. I'm going to end the previous stream and redirect folks over with